Pass what down?
It's 7.
Well, Kathy's not here, so they moved everybody.
Good evening, welcome to the City of Battle Creek, Michigan, on our Battle Creek City Commission meeting for Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. Once again, that's 2022. It is 7 p.m. We do have a lot on our agenda tonight. We're going to start out with three proclamations. I'm going to ask the Vice Mayor to help me with the Juneteenth Family Day 2022 proclamation. I will read the Men's Health Month 2022. And then finally, Commissioner Benica Herring will help me with the Dorothy McClendon Day proclamation. We're going to start with a moment of silence for our invocation, and then I'll ask you to stand and recite the pledge if you're able to. We welcome you, and we're going to get started. Please stand for our moment of silence. Vice Mayor, can you lead us in the pledge?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is a roll call. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Blood?
Present.
Vice Mayor Ferris? Here. Commissioner Herring?
Here.
Commissioner Lance?
Here.
Mayor Banky?
Here.
Commissioner Morris?
Here.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Present.
Commissioner Sophia?
Here.
And Commissioner Zenda Wilson is absent today.
And Commissioner Wilson asked that we state that she's absent due to illness. Next item on our agenda are our proclamations, and I'd like to ask the Vice Mayor to start us out with the Juneteenth. And do we have any representatives of the NAACP or the Urban League or those individuals that helped organize it? I see yes. Please come forward.
And I know this is only a fraction of the people that put this event on. It really is spectacular. It's one of our family favorites. Go ahead and start. Do we have everybody? I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and then I'll pass the mic along the line so folks can introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about the Juneteenth celebration this year. Whereas Juneteenth had its origin on June 19th of 1865, when Union soldiers led by General George Granger landed in Galveston, Texas, to enforce President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation and to declare freedom for all slaves. Each year thereafter, the former Texas slaves and their descendants all joined in a celebration of freedom on June 19th, and the day became known as Juneteenth. Whereas across our nation, Americans continue to celebrate Juneteenth, to reflect on the sufferings of slavery and to remember the joyful declaration of freedom. It is a time of rejoicing with family and friends and a time for planning the future. And whereas in Battle Creek, Michigan, this celebration, known as Juneteenth Family Day, is known as Juneteenth Family Day. It is a coming together of the Juneteenth event originated in 2003 by the Battle Creek branch of the NAACP and Urban League of Battle Creek's long-standing Family Day event to create a family-focused celebration of freedom for all communities in the greater Battle Creek area. And whereas it is our hope that by remaining sensitized to the conditions, lessons, and experiences of others, we can make a significant and lasting improvement in our society. Now, therefore, Mayor Mark Benke and the City of Battle Creek declare that the third Saturday in June, which is June 18th, 2022, is Juneteenth Family Day in the greater Battle Creek area, and we encourage all citizens to increase awareness about the history and significance of this event and participate with appropriate celebrations. I'll pass the mic here to Lynn.
Thank you very much, and we are so excited to be back in person in Claudevitz Park, so we hope all of you are able to come down, look at our Facebook page for all the events going on at Battle Creek Juneteenth. We have events on Friday. We're doing kickball, community kickball, so if you want to come out and join us, we're looking for some celebrities, commissioners, staff. 6 p.m., we'll see you on the Fred Jones Stadium Park. And then we have a movie in the park, Soul, at dusk on Friday night, so that's going to be awesome. And then Saturday, it's entertainment, it's food, it's vendors, it's a full day of activity, basketball. And then prior to that, we have a video contest, and that is going on right now. So youth in the city of Battle Creek, 3rd grade to 12th grade, if you have not gotten your video in, now is the time because they're due by the 10th at 5 o'clock. So we just want everybody to come out and support this event as you have. We are so thankful to the city for all they have done to support this event over time. And we couldn't do this without volunteers. There's about 30 of us that just come together. We don't get paid. We come together every year to try and put something on for the city, and we're just excited to do that. I am the treasurer, and I'll pass it on to my husband.
That's my name, my husband. So this is truly a time to celebrate. Coming together as a time to educate and inspire our community to come together and do something on a positive note. So we look forward to everyone coming out and being a part of this year's Juneteenth. My name is Sam Gray, and
my name is David Jones.
I'm Kathy Antea. I'm excited about Juneteenth because I think it lifts up the endurance, durability, and the spirit of the formerly enslaved people, and I think that's an excellent inspiration for all of us.
Hello, I'm Deborah Soleil. And I, too, am so supportive of Juneteenth. I think it is a wonderful event, and it represents what we need in our lives today. History, Black history, is one of the most important things. And I have to say this, I really do not want it to come out of the schools. I think our children should be taught more of the Black history that we have endured over the years.
I'm Victor Soleil.
I also want to say that I'm also with the Battle Creek A. Philip Randolph Institute. Just had to get that in there.
Well, we want to thank everyone for coming out today for this announcement in the proclamation. We want to encourage everyone to be there next Saturday from 10 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock at night?
You'll hear more about it, but it's starting with the Hope Expo at 9 a.m.
9 a.m. in the morning. And if you want some good food and watch some good athletic activity and competition, please be there, Claudevitz Park on the north side of Battle Creek in Washington Heights. Thank you very much and congratulations. Our next proclamation is Men's Health Month, and whereas despite advances in medical technology and research, men continue to live an average of 5 years less than women, with Native American and African American men having the lowest life expectancy. And whereas COVID-19 is destroying lives across the country, with the Centers for Disease Control reporting that males are more likely to die from this pandemic, and whereas encouraging safe behaviors, including social distancing, wearing masks, and being vaccinated, will help stop the spread of COVID-19. And whereas educating the public and healthcare providers about the importance of a healthy lifestyle and early detection of male health problems will result in reducing rates of mortality from the disease. And whereas men who are educated about the value that preventive health can play in prolonging their lifespan and their role as productive family members will more likely be able to participate in health screenings. And whereas fathers who maintain a healthy lifestyle are role models for their children and have happier, healthier children. And whereas Men's Health Network worked with Congress to develop a national men's health awareness period as a special campaign to help educate men, boys, and their families about the importance of positive health attitudes and preventive health practices. And whereas Men's Health Month website has been established at menshealthmonth.org. And whereas features, resources, proclamations, and information about the awareness events and activities, including Wear Blue for Men's Health. And whereas Battle Creek Men's Health Month will focus on a broad range of men's health issues, including heart disease, mental health, diabetes, and prostate, testicular, and colon cancer. And whereas the citizens of this city are encouraged to increase awareness of the importance of healthy lifestyle, regular exercise, and medical checkups. Therefore, on behalf of the citizens of our community, we proclaim the month of June 2022 as Men's Health Month in the greater Battle Creek area, and we encourage all citizens to pursue preventive health practices and early detection efforts throughout the year. Once again, we read this one every year, but it's so important that we emphasize to the men in our community the importance of a preventive health lifestyle. Thanks again. Do we have any representatives of the Dorothy McClendon family here? Yes, we do. Great. I've asked Commissioner Bonica Herring to help me on this one.
Not the Dorothy McClendon family, but my TRHT family. And my lovely daughter. Whereas the members of the Battle Creek Coalition for Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation, TRHT, and Dorothy McClendon's family wish to honor her life and legacy in Battle Creek every year on her birthday, June 18th, starting in 2021. And whereas, while collaboratively, that's a big word, collaboratively working with others to initiate the work of TRHT, Dorothy said, "We will be a community of equity where all can achieve their goals, recognizing individual paths, decisions, and idiosyncrasies." And whereas she began her career with the State of Michigan Children's Protective Services and retired after a 27-year career dedicated to cultivating safe and healthy conditions for children and families. She was a natural and committed leader and served as treasurer and president of the Calhoun County Child Abuse and Neglect Council and president of the Michigan Council of Social Service Workers. Dorothy was ceaseless in her advocacy to communities and continued her volunteer work until 2020, the year of her passing. And whereas Dorothy's dedication to making Battle Creek a more responsive and equitable place to live was the driving force for her 25-year service on the Battle Creek Community Foundation Board. And whereas she was a founding member of the local TRHT work after joining others across the country for the first Truth, Racial Healing, and Transformation convening, coordinated by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation, Dorothy and the Sacred Conversations Book Club swiftly took action and coordinated the first Hearts campaign on National Day of Racial Healing in January 2017. And whereas Dorothy declared transformation and truth are really heart matters as well as intellectual exercises. Her legacy and light will live on in our collective work to catalyze a movement for racial equity and healing in Battle Creek so that all can flourish. She will always be remembered for her sharp sense of humor, meaningful stories, and commitment to the work of truth-telling and racial healing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mark Banke and myself and this commission from the city of Battle Creek, Michigan, do hereby proclaim June 18th as Dorothy McClendon Day in the greater Battle Creek area in recognition of her contributions to the community and her years of dedicated community service, and encourage all citizens of Battle Creek to take action together for racial healing.
As a representative of the Battle Creek Coalition, or TRHT, it is really an honor and a privilege to carry the torch after she passes from the physical realm, to feel that her spirit is still here with us every day, every heart, every person, as we strive towards racial healing and equity in this community. It's honestly a blessing. Thank you to the city and everybody who was involved in making this official day.
Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate that. We had one more, but I'm going to elect not to read it. I would just encourage you to stop downtown this weekend, Saturday, for the breakfast, Cereal City breakfast event. It starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it goes to about 2 o'clock. So thank you very much, and we're going to continue with our meeting now. Next item on their agenda is Chair noting any added or deleted resolutions.
There were none.
Thank you very much. Next item is petitions, communications, and reports.
There were none.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
This public hearing is to receive public comments on the final project plan for the Verona well field improvements and membrane filtration.
Declare the public hearing open. If you'd like to make a comment on the subject of this public hearing, then please raise your hand and wait for me to acknowledge you to come forward to the podium, where you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please state your name and address before making any comments. Are there any comments or any? Yes, go ahead.
So prior to hearing some public comment, we do have a presentation to give, and I'm pleased to introduce Aaron Davenport, who is our consultant with Jones and Henry, and he's leading the team for this project. So
thank you very much. Welcome to Battle Creek.
I live not too far away, so I'm pretty familiar with Battle Creek.
Good.
Your Honor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, I am here to give you a brief presentation on this book, which has been on display for the required 30 days at the Department of Public Works. It describes the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Project Plan for well field improvements and membrane filtration. So a bit of introduction. Battle Creek is seeking funding for these projects through the state of Michigan's Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, DWSRF. It is unusual for the city to fund projects through debt, but in this case, it's a very good financial opportunity. There are 2 phased projects. Phase 1 is rehabilitation and replacement of drinking water production wells. Phase 2 is membrane filtration addition at the water treatment plant. What is DWSRF? It is a funding program that allows cities to fund infrastructure projects. It is a federal program that hands out dollars to the states to then hand out dollars to their communities. It is based on need, and it is a 20-year fixed rate loan at an incredibly low 1.875% rate. This is one of the reasons why the city is considering it, because there is no cheaper money right now than this. A little bit of background, the city of Battle Creek has 2 well fields. the Verona well field and the Columbia well field. There are 22 drinking water wells at Verona, and they produce all of the city's drinking water. The Columbia well field is out near the airport, and it is set to be abandoned. It is no longer a viable source of backup drinking water. Let's see, in 2022, that was this year, production wells at the Verona well field were inspected via televising. It was part of preventative maintenance. During that inspection, several of the well casings were found to be damaged or incomplete, and several more were missing key components. The Verona well field also is adjacent to a contaminant plume at the south and east. It is from an old brownfield site. It is mostly volatile organic compounds in that plume, but it is being managed and has been managed for decades, very successfully, by a series of blocker wells. You can see in the picture up there, they're in red. And their job is basically to provide a curtain to keep contaminants from moving into the drinking water field. One of the reasons why we're looking at both of these projects is the failure of a blocking well potentially could lead to some exposure of the drinking water field to these contaminants, as well as, of course, potential contaminants of emerging concern. Those are contaminants that are not necessarily regulated right now, but could be in the future. Drinking water is treated adjacent to this. You can see there's two little black spots in there. Those are the lagoons. Directly to the north of those is where the radon, iron, and manganese removal facility, it's called the RIM plant, Shore Water Treatment Plant, is located. So all of these projects are located on that site. Drinking water quality problems, probably a poorly titled slide, because currently there are no drinking water quality problems. Your drinking water is fantastic. It is tested over and over and over again and carries very high quality. But it is prudent to look to the future and think about what water we would not be prepared for. So, broken casings, when we're talking about well rehabilitation, the well casing connects the surface to the aquifer. And when you have broken or missing casings, you've now created a pathway into your wells that you didn't plan on. And that's potentially a problem. So the city is doing its best to head this off. You can see pictures, those were taken from the televising, showing the incomplete casings. Effluent water from the RIM facility is also quite hard. Actually, I skipped a little bit. If we had a potential contaminant issue, having membrane filtration added to your RIM plant would provide a belt and suspenders treatment scenario that would allow us to respond very quickly so as not to create any potential drinking water issues within the city. Another reason why you would add this is aesthetically, your water is quite hard. Membrane facility would also have a side benefit of doing softening. So while that is not a directly permit regulated contaminant issue, it is a quality of life concern, I guess. It will also would reduce costs for corrosion suspension within the distribution system and would overall increase your aesthetics. Drinking water needs. So we had to review the needs of the system. Obviously the wells with their damage, those are absolutely a need item because they would prevent a major quality issue. This also will allow us to proactively develop a treatment system to handle potential future contaminants should there be a blocker well failure. And then if an emerging contaminant was to continue to develop in the well field, which there is no evidence of at current, but this is proactive, we would be immediately in a position to treat it. So as part of a project plan, you have to think of it like a bond prospectus. Like you're really laying out all the impacts and implications of the project. We had to look at a few alternatives. One of them, alternative A, is do nothing. Right? Not our favorite alternative. Alternative B is the well field and well rehabilitation. Alternative C was actually split into two. It was membrane filtration, and that was either a brand new facility or adding on to your existing plant. And alternative D was an alternative technology ion exchange, which we evaluated all of them and ultimately decided that alternative A and alternative D were just absolutely not viable. We couldn't ignore this and do nothing. And ion exchange is not a scalable technology at a good cost. So we recommended through the project plan two alternatives. Alternative B, which is the well rehabilitation. It is a phase 1 project. It is the only one currently being scored by the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, EGLE, for funding. It would include rehabilitation of 16 production wells. The cost of replacing them is very similar to the cost of rehabbing the existing, so we're opting for replacement. Production of drinking water can continue unabated while we do this work, so we're not going to face water shortages. It would also include new pumping equipment to replace the existing vertical turbine pumping pumps that are old and in need of replacement. They're approaching the end of their useful life. The existing wells would be capped, filled, and abandoned per the requirements of the Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy. The replacement wells would be sized to accommodate new pumps, and we do not anticipate changing the water withdrawal volume or pumping rate. So, the other recommended alternative, which is not currently being scored by EGLE for funding in year 1, but is included in the project plan, so it's there for your consideration, is the addition of membrane filtration. Membrane filtration, we would be looking at nanofiltration or reverse osmosis. Those have the greatest removal rates. You can see there's a nice little infographic showing like the levels to which they remove, but after well rehabilitation is when we would slate this project in, mostly because we want to fix the wells, then see what the water quality is from the replaced wells before we go through the exercise of this project. It includes a new facility added on to the radon, iron, and manganese removal facility that includes membrane skids, electrical equipment, pumping equipment, cleaning equipment, chemical feed equipment, all the things necessary to make this facility function. We would keep in mind future expansion should it be needed for additional water treatment capacity. So a little tough to read on the screens, but cost evaluation was presented. On the left are the well rehabilitation replacement cost. That is $15 million. On the right is the membrane filtration facility cost estimates, which is $25 million. So that is $40 million in total, but again, only year 1, phase 1 projects are currently being scored, so that's $15 million. So project financing, I want to make it very clear that the city does not operate its water system on debt and currently has no debt, and through proactive rate setting, the current water rates account for this project, okay? We are required through the DWSRF guidelines to present this information to show you what the cost of this project would be in a vacuum. So if you were to look at the $15 million phase 1 project at a current interest rate of 1.875% over 20 years, and again, that's a fixed rate, it's not going to change, it would have a $902,863 annual debt service. If you were to take that and divide it by the number of equivalent meters within your water system, that would account for $2.21 per month. So at its very, very core, a residential unit, one house, would see an increase of $2.21 in a vacuum had the city not already accounted for this cost in their water rates. Okay, additionally, beyond just the drinking water needs, and again, this is a very all-encompassing book, we look at all the social and environmental impacts of a project like this. We're fortunate that both of these project sites are on the same piece of ground. So we had to look at National Register of Historic Places and State Historic Preservation Office to make sure that there are no historical buildings and things like that that are being disturbed. There are none. We had to look at the natural landmarks. There are none. Wetlands, floodplains, and coastal zones, we have no impact on any of those with either of these projects. and one that's not on this slide, but we also have to look at cultural, Native American as well. So we reach out to all the tribes. There are no areas of significance that are being impacted by this project. The only thing that we do have any, not impact on, is endangered species, and that's because all of southern Michigan is in the range of these two species. The cute little guy on the left is the long-eared northern bat, and on the right is the eastern Mississauga rattlesnake. They will show up on an environmental assessment of any project throughout southern Michigan, Ohio, Indiana as well. And to mitigate any issues with them or their habitats, there is guidance on how they have to be treated during construction. If we had to cut any trees, it will be limited to October 1st through March 31st for the bat. And if you see an eastern Mississauga rattlesnake, you should call the Michigan Department of Natural Resources. You guys should all do the same. So, is a requirement that this be posted and advertised for 30 days, and it has been, I think 36 days total. It has been on display at the Department of Public Works, and there has been a comment box next to it for public comment. It says as of May 31st, but in checking with the city, there have been no public comments deposited into the comment box for the entirety of its display. So, that is
Well, I want to say thank you very much. You were very articulate and very informative.
I do my best.
However, the bat situation,
Yes.
I have that under control.
Okay.
I get roughly 12 bats a year. So. Are there any questions from the commission? Vice Mayor Ferris.
I'm wondering, was this posted electronically to our website as well, or was it just a physical book at DPW?
Physical copy at DPW.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? We want to say thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll hear from you again. And now we're going to turn it over to the public, see if there's any public comment. Do we have any public comment at this time? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Cindy Dion. I live at 24 Poplar. I would like to congratulate the city of Battle Creek for taking on the project of maintaining usable drinking water within the community and to make sure that that is protected for many generations to come. I unfortunately came here from Benton Harbor, and I struggled through the water crisis there. And so I applaud any attempt not to have a water crisis, because drinking water, clean water, is a basic right of every person. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeYoung. Are there any other public comments at this time? Seeing no more public comments, we'll move on and declare this public hearing closed. Next item on our agenda is a public comment regarding consent agenda and resolutions not on the consent agenda. And please allow me to read this. If you'd like to make a public comment regarding the consent agenda and resolutions not on the consent agenda, please raise your hand, and we will acknowledge you to come forward to the podium. You will have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please state your name and address before making your comment. And at this period of time, I'd like to call upon Tammy Morgan from Western Michigan University to make some information provided to our City Commission.
Hello. Tammy Morgan, Western Michigan University. I'm actually outside of Battle Creek. I'm in Burlington, is where I live. But I'm here today representing Western Michigan University and what is before you to sell our 50 West Jackson back to the city for $1. That was granted to us in 1993 for $1. And our president, our board of trustees, vice presidents, and the whole leadership team approached Rebecca and looked at different ways that we could partner with the city, and this was a resolution that we have came up to. And so this is coming before you today, but I wanted to come to represent the university and ask if you had any questions.
Are there any questions at this time? Jim Lance.
So I understand it's $1, and obviously nothing's ever $1. Particularly that building. If you want to sell it to me, I'll buy it for $1. I guess my question is, what are your holding costs to run that building when it's vacant now? Is that correct?
It is.
So what are your holding costs right now?
We generally run, there is a condo association fee, and then there's utilities that go along with it. Generally between $5,000 to $7,000 a month.
Okay. So the city's going to be paying that, and Western Michigan no longer will be paying that, correct?
Correct.
That's about, okay. Did you guys offer the building to any other entities?
We've looked at other options, but we didn't make offers. We considered listing it, and then our president and our vice presidents wanted to come back with this alternative. I think, quite frankly, when we made the phone call, it was a little surprising.
But you have not listed the property?
No, we have not went through a realtor and listed the property.
I have some concerns with this transaction, but I'll probably wait until it gets to the resolution part.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes,
Commissioner
sir.
Blood?
Yes. Commissioner Lance, would you like, or I would be happy to move this off the consent agenda for further discussion if you'd like.
Mayor, it's actually not on the consent agenda. It
Oh,
is
it's
part
not?
of the regular agenda already.
Oh, terrific. Thank you.
Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate that.
I think it's Resolution 415.
Thank you. And so, okay, so I do have a question, and I don't know that you can answer it. What are our plans for this building as a city? How quickly do we anticipate turning it around and not seeing a deficit of the 5,000 to 7,000, but utilizing it to support the community?
Mayor, may I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
So first of all, there was a lot of discussions around this building and what its future use would be. I've been appreciative of the support from Battle Creek Unlimited and the Battle Creek Community Foundation. I want to say right up front that Western and the Community Foundation agreed to pay the holding costs until July 1, until the time that the city would consider a purchase. Beyond that, we do have some funds in the city's general capital improvement, but we expect to do a broader community conversation about the next development plans for that particular building. And it may be that the city doesn't hold it for very long, but we want to make sure that we understand from the community perspective. We hear a lot of additional residential is needed downtown. We have also heard some things about mixed use, so I do believe that we will have a broader community conversation about potential reuse of this building that would include the Community Foundation as well as Battle Creek Unlimited.
Commissioner Blood, any other questions?
No, sir, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments by the commission?
I think my questions would probably be more appropriate when we actually get to the resolution, so.
No problem.
And can I just add one more part? The reason that we are moving and selling this location is because we did an expansion of the College of Aviation, which our College of Aviation program is ranked 3rd in the nation. So it's a well sought out program. And so we're just consolidating and moving our building in there, but still here to support the community.
Thank you very much, Tammy. We appreciate your opportunity to be here tonight, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other public comments at this time? Sherry? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes.
I know. Thank you for that. All right, well, I'm Sherry Sherman. I live at 4393 D Drive South. I am the publisher of Senior Times and the Senior Housing Directory here for several counties. According to the most recent census, Calhoun County has nearly 134,000 residents, and of that number, more than 33,000 of them are over the age of 60. That's 25% of the population in Calhoun County. Officially, we have more adults over the age of 60 now than we do children under the age of 18. If you compare that to other communities across the state of Michigan, other counties, the state average is 19%, the U.S. average is 15%. You can see that Calhoun County excels in the number of mature adults that we have. All right, the top 5 current needs identified by aging adults in the 2022 needs assessment that was completed by Carewell Services in their needs assessment program included staying physically active, preventing falls, preventing social isolation, memory loss, reducing dependence on others. All 5 of these needs are addressed at a quality facility, such as Lakeview Assisted Living. The need for additional quality housing for most of our most wise residents continues to be a necessity. It is of all the individuals who are really truly being cared for by a loved one at home. If they chose to move to an adult care facility, we would not be able to meet the need. The care that individuals do receive by those at Lakeview Assisted Living is sought out by many in our community. It is a facility that respects the residents, looks after their physical, social, and emotional needs, makes sure they are well fed, and most importantly, helps them to experience a new sense of joy and are thriving once again. Wouldn't you want your loved one to live in a facility such as that? In order to allow more seniors to enjoy the experience, an expansion does need to occur, even with the temporary inconveniences that it will create. Yes, there will be 6 to 8 vehicles that will come through the neighborhood daily, ranging in size from a van to a larger construction vehicle. But it's not all that dissimilar from vehicles that go through the neighborhood every single day. We have UPS, Amazon, the garbage truck, the mail truck, you name it, not to mention some of the recreational vehicles that we will all see on the road that we love. We love them, don't get me wrong, didn't mean to say that. But as I continue on, I would like to say that this is not the first time that the Gants have expanded on that property using the very same location that they own, their own property, to get entrance to in order to continue to build. There were no problems back in 2015 when they did the project before, and I will make an assumption, which I know could be a problem, but the reality is I have 9 seconds left. So, with that said, the aging in our community will benefit from this program. So,
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Yay.
Are there any other comments at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Michelle Mellinger-Walschlager, 137 Barbados Trail. I would like to make comment in reference to Sherry's current data and statistics that she offered from the Senior Times and the need for housing for elderly in Battle Creek. So in 2019, the average median income of Battle Creek was $42,298. The average poverty rate was about 22.2%. In this county, we have a lot of poverty, a lot of low income. To live in one of the assisted living rooms of Mr. Ganton is approximately $9,000 a month or more. We have a lot of other assisted living senior apartments that allow people to be independent and be able to maintain their ability to participate in the community. I would like the commission to think about how much and how many of these seniors, the 25% in the county, would be able to afford such an expense for their living. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. In the second row, we have 2 men that would like to speak, and we'll take the one closest to the aisle first, and then you're second. Thank you.
My name is Martin Grove. I live at 21 Moffett Place. And we have an issue with Graves Avenue and the parties that go on. My partner has been threatened to be stabbed, threatened to have her ass kicked, and Saturday night when somebody gave this neighbor of mine permission to have a block party, she was told that, "Shut up, bitch, or I'll put my dick in you." Now this is
Okay,
my city.
let me stop you. We can't use that type of language here. This is a public meeting. We have rules. All right, and if you use that one more time, I'll rule you out of order.
Nope.
Thank you.
There was public urination in my yard, fornication going on in my neighbor's yard and across the street. I watched the gentleman open my neighbor's gate, put his beer down or whatever beverage he had, walk around the corner of his house, go to the bathroom, come back out, grab his beverage, and off he walks. We've had years and years of this stuff that shouldn't go on in my neighborhood. I like Battle Creek. I've been there 9 years. But if the crap keeps up in my neighborhood, I'm not going to like Battle Creek. I'll tell people don't live there. The block party, what is the definition of a block party? Anybody?
We just need you to make your comments. This isn't a question and answer period,
All right, well,
unfortunately.
They were
If-
given the permit to have a block party, and my assumption, it's like, get the neighborhood together, not have everybody in Battle Creek and the outlining areas show up in my neighborhood. Music till 4:30 in the morning, loud, 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 all the time. And what's going to be done about it? The police?
All right, what I'll do is I'll get your name and your phone number, and I'll have someone from the city manager's office contact you. And I'll also follow up.
Yeah, it's been going on for 4 years. 4 years. 2 weeks ago, the weekend before Memorial Day, it woke me up. Normally it doesn't. 4:30 in the morning, it finally quit. That is ridiculous. There should be a noise ordinance, maybe there is. You know, something's got to be done. It's crazy. That's all I got to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Rick Hunter. I'm here with my wife Gloria Hunter. We live at 95 Langdon Road West here in Battle Creek, residents. And I'm here to speak on the Gantons, the project. I just want to speak from taxpayer's perspective who lives here in Battle Creek. And we have both my father, who's 92, and my mother-in-law, who's 85, will be 86 soon. So we have direct experience in taking care of them. In fact, we've had both in our house living with us for the last, on and off, the last 3 or 4 years, mainly because we couldn't get them into a place. Okay, there's just not enough spaces in Battle Creek for people to live. The pandemic made it much worse. We wound up having my father for 2 years because we couldn't get him anywhere. And I know the pandemic played a part of it. It's so important to have these facilities. And we know personally, we've had our mother-in-law there now for, I think, 2 or 3 years. They are so fantastic. They're such a benefit to our community. They're a blessing. They're great people. This project is so badly needed. And when people come up and somebody's already made a comment, they don't know what they're talking about. They need to have their facts. They said some number of like $9,500. I know, we pay that bill every month. It's half that, or less than half that. I mean, it's ridiculous what somebody just said. And I just want to encourage this board to look at this project as what the need really is in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Yes, Ann Stetler, and then the lady in front.
I'm Annie Stetler, Stetler Construction World Headquarters, located at 291 North 20th. I do live at 69 East Langley. I'm a Battle Creek taxpayer. I'm here to also speak on Scott. You guys, I don't know what the concern is here with our city, but I'm not seeing new construction. I'm not seeing where you're plowing through and saying we need this. Let me get my filter on. There was a project that was killed on the north side of town because you guys shot it down, along with also my hopes and dreams of new construction of cottages and condos out at Huntington Hills. I don't know where this town's going, but you're listening to the neighbors, and I don't have a problem with the neighbors, but we're not building pig farms. We're trying to grow our community. We need to redo our old housing because it's out of stock. We need new housing. I listened to Joe Sobolaski the other day talk about all this grandiose stuff he wants to bring in, but we can't do it without houses. And I don't feel like this commission is promoting Battle Creek and housing. So that's my 2 cents, and I think Scott's got the right idea, and I'm all backing him. And I may be out of a job because you guys didn't help me out with Huntington Hills any, because we were listening to the neighbors, and I really wasn't doing anything wrong for them. I was building a better community and making their values better. So, my 2 cents.
Thank you for your comments, Annie. Yes, ma'am.
Evening, Christy Lisinski, Bronson, Michigan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm here to comment on Resolution 396. I would like to add, I'm the Marketing Director for Lakeview. Not even our largest unit at our highest level of care comes anywhere near $9,000. I'm happy to provide pricing information for anybody who asks for it. It's not even close to that. The addition to Lakeview Assisted Living meets the standards for the special use permit. The ordinance allows for a 24% expansion beyond the original development, and this expansion is only 11.4%. We are not asking for approval for a driveway, for future phases, plans, or what-ifs. So we are hoping for a straightforward decision, and I'm encouraged by many of the neighbors who have repeatedly said they are not opposed to this addition. The word trust keeps coming up, though, and I feel I want to address that. A select group have voiced their concerns about their trust in Mr. Ganton, but this is not a trust issue. Years ago, there was no way to know that we would need more room at our building, especially when there are a bunch of assisted living apartments available in Battle Creek right now. But we have a wait list of people who could go anywhere, but they won't. They wait for us, and there's a reason for that. We have a resident who's been with us for 10 years since the building's been built. We have employees who have been with Mr. Ganton for going on 20 years. And in the time that I've been there, and to the best of my knowledge, we've never had anybody move out because they're unhappy. People trust us with their loved ones. Okay, a Ganton senior community, Lakeview assisted living, and that should tell you all you need to know about Mr. Ganton's character and his trustworthiness. He's there every day to ensure that the promises we make are kept, and it only stands to reason that the process for this construction on a new build, if approved, would follow that same process. This temporary disruption would be a long-term solution for a lot of people. The Gantons and their senior communities have been impeccable neighbors on Helmer Road for 20 years now. Our neighbors have repeatedly confirmed this. We are a quiet community. The building is beautiful. The grounds are always maintained. No employees or guests have ever parked in the subdivision, even when we've had events with upwards of 200 attendees. Aside from the amount of time and funds we put back into Battle Creek, we also bring people to Battle Creek. Families move their loved ones here from all over the country. Employees travel in from other areas. I don't live here, but I spend a lot of money here. I eat out here. I do all my errands here. God knows I buy gas here. So there's that to consider too. There is a need for quality assisted living in Battle Creek. There is a need. Our seniors deserve it. We can provide it, but we need more room to help more people. We've served hundreds of seniors and their families over the last decade, so while the market has changed, making this addition necessary, our commitment to do things the right way with integrity will not change. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir.
I'm Chad Walschlager, and I live at 137 Barbados Trail. Speaking on her behalf of that they've never parked in there or driven in there, I would like to ask the commission that they do not bring their vehicles through our subdivision to build this. It has been brought up in previous that they would be using Jacaranda as an access point. And it's also been brought up that an Amazon vehicle goes through there. An Amazon vehicle weighs about 18,000 pounds. A cement truck, depending on the concrete that's in it, weighs about anywhere between 65 and 70,000 pounds. If you would like proof on that, I'm an ASE Master Certified Technician for the last 20 years. I'm pretty well endowed in the heavy truck industry, motorcycle industry, and car industry. The community has been, we don't ask our neighbors to build a home to use their driveway, and neither should Ganton.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any other? We've got a hand in the back. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name's Dave Davis. My family lives at 118 Mesa Verde Drive. We bought our home in Jacaranda about 12 years ago, and the space where Mr. Ganton's business is was a field deeded Jacaranda 3. He built his business, which provides senior living on that site with access from Helmer Road. Please understand, I don't think any of us are here tonight opposed to the need for senior living facilities. We are, however, opposed to Mr. Ganton wanting to access his property through our residential neighborhood at the corner of Mesa Verde and Barbados. We're a nice neighborhood in Battle Creek, where at any time you can find people out walking for exercise, walking to socialize, walking their pets. The kids ride their bikes in the streets, they skateboard, they play tennis. Kids outside, I know that's kind of a unique thing. You see it in our neighborhood if you're there. It's a peaceful area where we as neighbors look out for each other and drive carefully as we recognize that there are people out in the streets. Mr. Ganton's going to use his property as he sees fit, even though he committed to the neighborhood that he was done expanding that site after his addition in 2015. Through it all, he has stated that he and his business want to be good neighbors. Well, I'd like to ask the commission tonight to give Mr. Ganton the chance to be a good neighbor to the Jacaranda subdivision by committing at no point now or in the future routing his business traffic through our peaceful neighborhood. It may not be part of phase 1, as he calls this a second add-on. We don't want it now or in phase 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. And again, that's not, we don't want senior living, we do. We don't want him to route through our neighborhood. Is there a way to commit that all traffic to Mr. Ganton's business enter and exit his business through his driveway from Helmer Road? They say fences make good neighbors. In this instance, I feel a curb at the corner of Mesa Verde and Barbados Trail would help confirm that there won't be a plan down the road to route employees, delivery trucks, senior residents, or anyone else in or out of Mr. Ganton's business through our neighborhood. Our neighborhood consists of about 80 homes filled with Battle Creek residents, and most of us work here or worked here and pay tax here. We're here tonight to ask that the serenity of our neighborhood be protected and our position not be disregarded. Let his business not be our business. I'd like a commitment that he runs his business traffic in and out off Helmer Road using his driveway and not our residential neighborhood, now or ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, sir. And we'll go to the young lady. No, yep, you. No, you're first. John.
My address is 229 South Capitol Athens. I'm here on behalf of Scott Ganton. I've been a subcontractor of Scott for 25 years. Scott is a man of integrity, which means he does the right thing when people aren't watching. And I'm not sure if the people that are up here opposing that can say the same thing. So my opinion is he has access to that road like anybody else. And if we deny him the chance to build that, are we going to deny everybody else in that subdivision that wants to put a pool in or an add-on to their house? It's fair for one, it's fair for all. Scott pays a lot of taxes. Scott also employs 50 to 70 people at this complex, which most of them probably live here. So when Scott says he pays a lot of taxes, that means the residents of that place pay a lot of taxes, which there's 60 units, I believe. How many units are there? So I guess what I'm saying is that those people are taxpayers, which everybody else in here is also. I am not. I'm sorry. I would love to live in Battle Creek. So the point I'm making is if we deny Scott, then we need to deny everybody in Jacaranda ever putting in a pool or building, which I also dig pools for a place in Battle Creek. We've put a lot of pools in there. They have cement trucks, everything else. What's good for one is good for all. And when we all started this, we put our hand over our chest and at the end said justice for all. And I think that if we don't give this to Scott Ganton, we do not have justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach. We're going to go to this lady, and then we'll go to you, Kevin.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me share with you this evening. My name is Sharon Zapata, and I live at 117 Mesa Verde Drive. My house is 5 houses down from the back of the Lakeview Assisted Living. We moved there in May of 2015 when the second addition was being added. We didn't even notice it was going on. Addition promises were not even brought up at the time of purchase or sale while we were looking in that neighborhood for a house, as the others have expressed. There's no such thing. The traffic complaints are just that. It's not forever. It's just for a few months outside and then a few months inside, so maybe 12 months tops. And I'm sure there will be an inconvenience, but it isn't going to be any different when we had the hailstorm a few years ago bringing shingles and trucks and trailers and construction men to all of our houses. And this was nonstop, 7 days a week, because it was an emergency for all of us. And no one complained then. So was it just because it was our houses and no one else's? Our neighborhood has traffic now. We have school buses, as well as moving vans, delivery trucks, lawn care vehicles, RVs, all kinds of things going through. Children are curious. They're going to go out if they don't have supervision. They have beautiful yards. Yes, you can't ride your bike in a yard, but go to the cul-de-sac area. And the cul-de-sac areas are not anywhere near where Scott Ganton needs to be with his business. We have an overabundance of children in our neighborhood at Halloween. 90% of those trick-or-treaters are not even living in our neighborhood. They are chauffeured in by cars. Try and get in on Halloween night coming home from work. Last year took me 30 minutes because the cars were double parked on both sides. Excellent care is much needed for our senior community. I've researched the facilities, and Lakeview is not the most expensive. They're actually over $1,000 less than all the other facilities. They have a waiting list, as Christy said. They're at 100% capacity. What does this tell you? This is because the integrity and care that Scott and his staff give their residents is unmeasurable, and our seniors deserve a comfortable home in a good area. As a matter of fact, 2 families in our neighborhood have a family member there, and they do it because it's convenient for them to go back and forth or to bring them home on weekends. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to go to Kevin Culp and then David Walters.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Culp, and I live at 150 Barbados Trail. I'm here tonight on behalf of my wife, Ashley, my 3-year-old son, or almost 3-year-old son, Wesley, and our 1-year-old daughter, Chloe, and many other Jacaranda Estate members that are here as well, some that are speaking, some that aren't. And I'm just here to, first off say that we're definitely not against an expansion for senior living. We know that it's needed, but we are saying we don't want this to come through our neighborhood. And as the lady had mentioned earlier, if they're able to have over 200 people there and not be parking on our street during an event or something like that, then what's the difference here? Why can't that construction equipment be in their own parking lot, using their own facilities, and not using our street? I moved to this neighborhood 2 years ago because it is quiet, it's nice, and we want to raise our family there. And that's what this commission's about. You are here to listen to the residents and to businesses as well, and we understand that. But we also pay our tax money as well. It's not just about the business paying tax money. When I asked Mr. Ganton at our meeting at Lakeview Assisted Living on May 16th, he said that a phase 2 was on hold at the moment. And so, this tells me that despite the fact that he's asking for another special permit, which again, it is a special permit that he's asking for, that there's going to be further phases in the future. So when does it stop? Your vote tonight has the power to determine where this is going to go in the future. And so I ask that you vote appropriately and that you help us protect our investment as well. We invest our time, our families, our money, and we live here in the city of Battle Creek every single day. He does not. I think that should account for a lot. We choose to live here every day with our families. I'd also like to point out there's several standards listed in the determination for special use permits that are not met here, and somehow the Planning Commission seemed to overlook those in our first meeting, where several of us spoke, and somehow those minutes were not given to the Commission, which I'm very disappointed in as well. I felt that should have been something that had taken place. The standard B is harmonious. It will not change the essential character of the neighborhood or the general vicinity. This is not harmonious to anyone within our neighborhood other than the people that are speaking on his behalf. But I live right on that street. This is not harmonious for me or the people that live on Del Rio or even the Goy family that are literally adjacent right there up against that property. Standard D will be improvement to the property in the immediate vicinity and the community as a whole. It's only improvement for his business. This does not do anything for our community, for our neighborhood. And so therefore, that is why I'm disapproving of this. And standard G, it will not create processes or equipment or conditions operational detrimental to any person, property, or the general welfare by any reason.
Okay, thank you very much. Your comments are done.
Thank you very much.
Former Mayor David Walters, please.
Mayor, commissioners, and city staff, thank you for allowing me to be here this evening. My name is Dave Walters. I reside at 262 Jacaranda Drive and have for approximately 20 years. Be very clear that a vote of support for this resolution as presented is a vote to make our neighborhood less safe. Let me repeat that. A vote for as it sits right now with that traffic situation and whatever you want to call it, that temporary driveway, makes a neighborhood with 104 homes inside less safe immediately. There is a way out of this, but let me first tell you a little bit about Jacaranda. I mentioned the 104 homes. One way in, one way out. No sidewalks. School bus stop, that was mentioned, and I'm glad she did, because it's less than probably 200 feet from where this driveway, roadway, whatever it is, would be. And it's been there for the 20 years that I've lived there. How about the many walkers, mothers with strollers, bicyclists, joggers, kids playing? Lots of life in our neighborhood. I would certainly hate to lose a life over something like this. The negotiated outcome that I personally would like to see is add on that section. Make those rooms, those services available for the seniors. But you know what? Look at the runoff and drainage that comes from that. Look at the buffer zones of trees between that area and the neighborhood. And more importantly, please do not allow the access of any type of roadway at Mesa Verde and Barbados ever from this point on to protect our neighborhood. When you look at what the definition of a subdivision is, it says people like to live close together, and you know what the number one factor is? Safety. Safety, number one factor. It also says in the paperwork for this that the current zoning permit does not allow assisted living as an appropriate use. I get that. I sat on the Planning Commission and on the City Commission. But here we are again a third time. Will there be a fourth or fifth time for a special use permit? It also says, and I think this is very important, this is not someone that Mr. Gant referred to this as this would be just adding like another house there. Well, don't we make decisions on whether a house in a neighborhood can have a business there or not? We do. And what's the number one concern we look at? Traffic and safety. How about the fact that this business, though, is a 24/7 operation? 24/7 with employees and residents with all sorts of traffic that could be coming and going from that atmosphere and through our neighborhood to do that. I think that's wrong. One gentleman mentioned the different things regarding the special use permit and whether we can follow those or not. Follow your heart tonight and please make us safe.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you. Scott?
Scott Ganton, 3004 Gardner, Parma, Michigan. Good evening. I'd like to thank Mayor Benke, Vice Mayor Ferris, and City Commission for the opportunity to bring forward this request for a special use permit amendment. 12 years ago, our family purchased the vacant land that Lakeview Assisted Living now sits on. It has been a privilege to serve Battle Creek area families and their loved ones. Our mission has remained unchanged: to provide quality assisted living with a strong component of dignity. I believe our community has met that goal for all these years, and we look forward to another 10 years. We have recently recognized the need to grow our community. We are asking for approval to add 6 new resident apartments, plus a new physical therapy space, which is badly needed for our residents, and a small addition to our dining room. Total square footage for these additions is approximately 5,600 square feet. Recognizing concerns from our Jacaranda neighbors to the north, we held a public meeting on May 16 in our Lakeview activities room. In that meeting, we addressed several concerns, chiefly the question of construction traffic. Please allow me to clarify. Our new addition, construction, will be directed and general contracted by me. I have over 30 years of experience in senior living development. Many of my subcontractors have worked with me in that time span. They are quality, hard-working contractors who are extremely conscientious and exhibit safe working traits on and off the job site. They are looking forward to starting this job. I personally will be on site daily to ensure my contractors park on my property and not in front of any Jacaranda homes. I personally will ensure that any dirt or mud will be scraped and cleaned in a timely manner off the street. I will post safe driving reminders on my job site to reiterate to my contractors the importance of speed and our privilege of neighborhood access. I anticipate a 6-month period of construction when Jacaranda access will be utilized. After that, I will, whenever possible, have contractors enter the project from our Helmer Road entrance. In 2015, Lakeview added a new wing on the north side, utilizing the exact same construction route that would be used for this proposed current addition. During that 2015 build-out, we did not have any issues with contractor traffic. The project went very smoothly. We will once again prove that we run an efficient and safe operation. Notably, I believe there are at least 2 vacant Jacaranda lots without homes. Would the possibility of these lots being developed generate the same concerns? I'm trying to add perspective to the issue. The new home build-outs would undoubtedly require contractors to park on the street. To reiterate, I have plenty of yard area for my contractors to park on my property. In closing, I'd like to thank our Jacaranda neighbors for 10 fantastic years. We truly enjoy having you on our campus when we hold events and programs. Our residents love seeing you,
Okay,
and so do
thank you for
we
your
as
comments,
staff.
Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening. Bear with my voice here, it's allergies. I'm Barb Walters. I live at 262 Jacaranda Drive, and I've been a resident of Battle Creek my whole life. I sent email to all the commissioners regarding how I feel about Resolution 396, and I just want to briefly, without reiterating what everybody else has said, tell you how I personally feel. The property that Mr. Ganton owns is absolutely beautiful. He's taken great care of it. He's a good neighbor. I've had a grandmother stay in his facility. I had a daughter that worked for him. They both had good experiences. I recognize the need for senior living and physical therapy and things. I have a mother who's aging now, and we definitely need things in Battle Creek for seniors. I get that, and I want to see business prosper. I have no problem with him adding on and making more room for seniors in our community and people coming in. My concern is the through street that has been talked about. I don't know if it's rumor. I don't know if it's on the table for now or at a later date. But my concern is, and always will be, a through street going through our neighborhood and into that facility. And if that were something that could be amended so that that couldn't happen now or down the road after I'm long gone, that is what I am concerned about, and that is what I hope that you'll take into consideration tonight when you make your vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Barb. Yes, sir. And then we'll go over to the right. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Goy. I live at 133 Barbados Trail. I did send you guys an email this morning, a letter. I don't know if it was received. I didn't get a response, but I did send that as well, for the record. I, too, have no issues with Mr. Gann or Lakeview Assisted Living. I'm the one that lives right next door to him. I believe he's a decent man, and he's doing what any business owner would do. He wants growth, right? He wants growth. If I was in his shoes, I'd want to expand my business too. But I'm not. I live right next door to his business. And if he were in my shoes, he'd be up here speaking as well in objection to the build. I completely object to the build, as it will negatively impact my home, my home's value, the peace and serenity I guess I have at home. Like I said, they are nice neighbors. They're wonderful. The facility is wonderful. If I was going to be in a facility, I'd want to be in their facility. However, because it's a commercial business kind of bleeding into our neighborhood, that's where I feel we need to draw the line. There's plenty of open spaces in this town for facilities like this. Why do we have to build at this facility? You know, why not build at another location? I think if this commission votes in favor of this project, the one thing I will ask is that it be accessed from Helmer Road to do the construction. Mr. Ganton said himself the latter part of the 6 months, he would access from Helmer Road. Why not do it the whole time? Let's access from Helmer Road, complete the project, and my other ask would be ensure there's sufficient screening. Previous projects, if there was a recommendation for screening, there really isn't much screening there. There's a few trees, but it's not really screening. And I will add that, so I've lived in the neighborhood for 4 years. The home I bought was from Jeff Domenico, who also sat on this board. When I bought that home, I specifically asked, because I knew there was a plan back there, a previous plan for the neighborhood. I asked, is there going to be any building back there? And he said, no, this is a done deal. I worked with Lakeview Assisted Living. I was on the board. It's done. Okay, I had confidence in that. I bought the home. Today, I'm wishing I did not buy the home, unfortunately. I love the neighborhood. I love my home. But I'm afraid that the future's not very bright for my house and its value. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Gordon Vogt. I live at 200 Beckwith Drive, Battle Creek, Michigan. I work for Mr. Ganton and have for over 10 years after retiring from the city of Battle Creek. He is a very respectable man. He does what he says. Enough so that I even brought my mother from Bellevue, and she lived there until she passed last July. So I respect what he does. He has a very well-thought business plan and a way of taking care of the seniors. He loves the seniors. His whole family does this. As far as the construction traffic, there's no way we can get a cement truck or a boom truck in to set trusses up through the Helmer Road entrance, unfortunately. But that's why we have to come through the Jacaranda Estates. If it was me, I would love to see it go through. I was there for both the initial building and also the addition. And when Scott says he's there, he is there. And also when there's dirt on the road, I'm out scraping it with a tractor so you guys don't have stuff coming through your neighborhoods. So I just want to say, please, we hope you can pass this resolution so we can help the city of Battle Creek with more senior housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Dave Zilligan. I live at 85 Jacaranda Drive. I lived there 8.5 years. When I moved there, my daughter timed the travel time from my house to hers, 8 minutes. We bought that place because we love our children, we love our grandchildren. Our grandchildren come over almost 4 times a week to babysit them. Their parents fly all over the world and things. So it's important that we keep in mind everything, especially crime. In most places, when cities grow, sometimes the inner city crime comes out. Not blaming anyone. I mean, this is kind of a fact I think we all have to put up with. I've noticed that I believe there's been some places where people have just broken into houses and taken everything that they wanted. Some of the stores have had that happen. In other states, at some of the stores we have here, the people go in and then they just walk off with things. They can't stop them. So this is the type of trouble that I'm thinking that we may have crime, and I'm thinking it might be better to have a gated community.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Renee Kelly. I live at 151 Del Rio Lane. And I'm also speaking regarding the Ganton expansion. So if you look at a map, my backyard backs up to their property. So this is also something that is very significantly affecting to me, and I wish I had more than 3 minutes to address so many comments because I had a grandmother that lived there. This is not about the kind of care that they give. It's not about some of the other issues that are brought up. So I did send you an email, and I'm actually, for simplicity, going to read some of that here again today. So I am asking that you deny the request for the addition onto the Ganton Senior Living. I have lived in Jacaranda Estate since 2005, so I was there before they purchased the property and did the original build. And at the time of the original project, our entire neighborhood was opposed to the project. We met as groups multiple times with Mr. Ganton directly. My husband and I met privately with Mr. Ganton, and the outcome was that we sort of came to an agreement and agreed not to kind of fight it, because he was like, this will be a one-time thing. This is a single build. He also promised to build natural separations between the neighborhood and his facility using berms, trees for screening, and so forth. If you drive into my neighborhood, you'll see that that does not exist. So the facility is right there in our neighborhood. There has never been any screening despite that. He also, again, assured us that this project would be a one-time build, and this is now the third edition. He specifically explained to my husband and I that the building was placed in a manner that would not allow a road through the facility for future development, and he explained how in the back of the property he was going to just have it as trails for the residents and so forth, which he has done, but apparently that's no longer the important aspect here. So now there is more addition going on. The question here is not whether or not the community needs more senior housing, because we know that that's a need. We also know that Lakeview Assisted Living is a well-kept, quiet property. The issue here is whether or not the continued additions in this property are the best decision for the immediate community, the direct neighbors who are affected by continued expansion. Resoundingly, that answer is no, and you've heard that tonight, and you're hearing it repeatedly from everybody that's sitting here. We did not aggressively fight to prevent the initial development because we took Mr. Ganton at his word, but the lack of integrity and continued intrusion into the neighborhood way of life is not acceptable. The construction will affect us, according to Mr. Ganton. Originally, he told us at our meeting that it would be over a year. Now he's saying 6 months for routing heavy traffic through our residential closed neighborhood. The ongoing additions to the assisted living will, we fear, lower our home prices, and every person who bought property in the subdivision did so as an investment to our families and our finances. And we ask that the City Commission protect the interests of the homeowners.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you. All right. Yes. Jerry Steiner.
Good evening. My name's Jerry Steiner. I live at 115 South 26th Street in Battle Creek. Before I begin, I'd like to thank Mayor Benke for a solid he did for myself and my lady last month. I'm not going to go into the particulars, but the mayor does carry weight. I'd like to revisit an issue that we hashed out last month. And I know your plate is full, all of y'all. So I hope my concerns don't give you a case of indigestion. I'd like to revisit the bus increase. Generally,
Jerry, I guess I'm going to have to stop you and ask you, are you speaking about a resolution on the agenda or the consent agenda? Or
am I allowed to bring forth a revisit to an issue that the commission has already evaluated? Or
No, we only are speaking on, we're having public comments regarding consent agenda and resolutions not on the consent agenda. But if you can tell me which resolution you're speaking to.
I'm talking about the resolution to raise the prices on the public transit in Battle Creek from $125 to $175.
Oh, okay, that will have to be under public comments at the end of the meeting then.
I have no problem with that, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Jerry.
I have no problem with that. At the end of the agenda, sure.
Are there any other, yes, Jonathan Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Jonathan Barnes, 214 Jacaranda. Once again here in regards to Resolution 396. As I made very clear last month, I have no problem with the expansion itself. But I'm very concerned with them using our neighborhood to access the property. You've heard multiple neighbors stand and say that they're worried about the traffic. How many neighbors here from Jacaranda that aren't comfortable speaking? Quite a few of us. I hope you watched the April 27th Planning Commission that I referenced. Its minutes failed to show the concerns expressed by anyone. And where Mr. Scott Ganton chastised the commission for even considering postponing, talking about how they say they believe in Battle Creek and how much money he pays in taxes and what a great neighbor he is. We are a neighborhood, as you've heard, of more than 100 homes. And collectively, we pay a lot more taxes than what he pays in property. And we also pay income taxes, quite a bit, because we actually live here. We love our quiet neighborhood, and we can't just grab our ball and leave. Scott is pretty egotistical and happy that he has plenty of money, and he stated that he's going to get what he wants. I find that the incomplete minutes, newly added construction route maps that supposedly are from 2015, but they're not in any minutes, and private meetings with city staff during commission meetings, I find that to be very concerning, and it increases my suspicions. Maybe a little extra money is being doled out somewhere, but who am I to even ask? We've heard about the trust in the second phase. He does have plenty of property in the front of his building and on the south side where he could just extend a drive, but he says that's going to require extra money. But also, in his own words, it is what it is. I also want to mention codes C and D, that the use under C, the use will not be hazardous or disturbing to existing or future neighboring uses, and will be a substantial improvement to property in the immediate vicinity and to the community as a whole. Well, if he's able to use our neighborhood, those standards are not met. I feel you have three choices tonight. Number one, you approve this resolution and Scott wins, leaving us, the neighbors, feeling our safety and our concerns were ignored. Number two, you deny this resolution and only the neighbors win, with our wonderful seniors still looking for housing. But number three, which I feel is a win-win, you approve this resolution with amendments to state that contractor or construction vehicles will not be allowed to access through our neighborhood, and that any permanent or drive or access will be denied, now or in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Okay, I see another hand right next to Coach Knowles.
Good evening. I'm Pete Zapata, live at 117 Mesa Verde Drive, just down the road, 5 houses from Scott Gatton. There is about 100 houses in the area, in the neighborhood, and out of those 100, I'd say about 10 really affect the construction that's going to take place. But let's take a look at that. The neighborhood already addressed it, that they don't have any issues with the construction of the Gatton resolution. I'm all for it as well. The only thing that the neighbors is concerned is the traffic and the flow and the safety of people in their neighborhood. I can tell you this, that if you are understanding construction and know the process that it takes to build construction, there's not going to be a lot of traffic going in and out. It's going to be one drop, you drop a front end loader, go dig, put in footings, do what the necessary of moving the dirt, maybe some sewage that needs to go in there, and then they're probably back out. It's probably going to stick around until the outside shell of the construction is done. Now, I'm no construction person myself, but I do have a broad view of what actually needs to take place. And there are some trees back there that transport between what's going to be built and is existing that may have to come down. It's probably about 4 or 5 that may need to be brought down. But once that backhaul is out of there, now they start building the shells. So of course you got to bring in material for that. Well, that's not traffic that's going to be coming in and out. That's one drop, and then they're going back out again. Maybe 2 drops, and then heading back out. And then you got probably, I'm sure, a cement truck that needs to lay that foundation prior to the shell being built. But you got that part of it, maybe 1 or 2 truckloads. Like I said, I'm not a construction person, but I do know the process and what it might take to build that. And then they're going to be gone. And all this construction is going to be done from till 5 o'clock. They're out at 5. Okay, it's from 8 to 5 process and a year process. In that year, you're talking probably all that heavy traffic happening probably for about 4 or 5 months, and then all the inside stuff needs to be done. So you won't see that outside traffic as much as the neighborhood is considering. I do believe that this is going to be great for the neighborhood, and I do think that the traffic, as far as the safety of our neighborhood, I've walked it many a time with my wife. I have not seen a whole lot of other individuals out there walking as they say they have. Jacaranda runs about a mile, half mile, makes a loop, comes back out. So you got that part of Jacaranda really never comes to the side of the assisted living where we're at in the front entrance of Jacaranda. So you got a quick, maybe a quarter mile, half or 8 mile, a flip down Barbados, and you're into the development.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Is there anyone after this lady? Because I believe this will be it, and then we're going to take a 7-minute break.
Okay, I'll try to make it quick. My name is Bonnie Moakley, 226 Jacaranda. Been here about 12 years. I actually ran my own assisted living building before I moved here, so I know there's a need, and I recognize the need for that in the community. My concern, and I also sent an email to all of you as well, is the safety issue. And again, there's a trust issue. I'm aware of that as well. I just am here to implore you to keep our neighborhood safe and to deny now or ever in the future an access road through our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, John?
To the people in the audience, I'm not discussing the issue of 396, so you don't have to worry about that. I'm going to be talking about Resolution 414. It has to do with the approval of the millage rate increase in the general fund and the approval of that. If you followed this, you would know that the Fire Police Pension Fund have dropped their millage rate, which means our property taxes are going to go down. Not really. Because of hyperinflation and money being dumped into the system, our seller's market has caused houses to sell for more than what they're assessed for. So all your assessors gone up. I've talked to the assessor. My property has gone up too. So the city of Battle Creek, even with the assessing rate of the millage rate of the Fire Police Pension Fund, is going up. Now, 12 to 14 years ago, when the housing market was a buyer's market and the economy had collapsed, the city government came in front of the city commission at a budget hearing and said these words: "We're not taking in enough money." So even though the assessing rate was going down and your property taxes should have gone down, your taxes did increase because the city commission increased the millage rate. And since then, you've had millage rate increases to this point. I've always been concerned about things where you say one thing and something looks good, and yet your taxes and your properties go up. Many years ago, about 30 years ago, I read a book called Atlas Shrugged. I have just recently finished that book, and I wanted to give you a quote from that of what my concern is in the United States and in this city of Battle Creek. It's only one paragraph. Just as man can't exist without his body, so no rights can exist without the right to translate one's rights into reality, to think, to work, and to keep the results, which mean the right of property. The modern mystics of muscle who offer you the fraudulent alternative of human rights versus property rights, as if they could exist without the other, are making a last grotesque attempt to revive the doctrine of soul versus body. Only a ghost can exist without material property. Only a slave can work with no right to the product of his effort. The doctrine of human rights are superior to property rights simply means that some human beings have the right to make property out of others. Since the competent have nothing to gain from the incompetent, it means the right of the incompetent to own their betters and to use them as productive cattle. Whoever regards this as human and right has no right to the title of human. I don't like to see property taxes increase. I figure it's to the advantage of the citizens to have less in costs by the government of Battle Creek and other systems so that it's more available and more affordable in Battle Creek. But unfortunately, I don't think this is going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, John. All right. Have we included everyone? All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll come back and start our agenda. We'll take a 7-minute break, so we'll be back here at 8:41. We start our meeting now.
Bay City is
You have
Thanks,
the right to ask
Representative.
for it, though, right?
Hi. Good, how are you?
Okay, I want to make sure there were no other public comments. All right, public comments are closed. Move on to commission comment regarding meeting business.
Commissioner,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Commissioner Royal supports.
Been moved and supported to approve the consent agenda. Are there any questions from the commission? Comments? Not hearing none. Please vote on the consent agenda.
Commissioner Reynolds?
It timed out, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Got to sign back in, but yes.
Thank you. Oh, wrong one. Sorry.
The consent agenda has been approved. Next item on our agenda is Resolution 396. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
This resolution was postponed from the May 17 commission meeting. The subject parcel is 676,735 square feet, or 15.535 acres. At 49,799 square foot assisted living facility that was built as an approved special use is located on the property. In 2011, the original 50 residential units were approved, and in 2015, an approval was granted for an additional 10 residential units. From 2011 through 2020, the property was zoned R-1B, and assisted living could be allowed as long as the special use requirements were met. In 2020, the property was rezoned R-1A, and the use of assisted living became legal non-conforming residential, wherein assisted living expansion is now limited to 25% of the existing facility square footage. This resolution seeks to approve S07-22, an amendment to a special use approval to allow additions to an existing legally non-conforming use of an assisted living facility in an R1A residential zoning district at 14661 Helmer Road South.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve Resolution 396.
Commissioner Reynolds supports.
It's been moved and supported to approve Resolution 396. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns of the commission at this time?
I do have a few additional questions, and I'm wondering if maybe there's staff that is present and can answer, or staff that's present that may be prepared for tonight's meeting.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commission. My name is Marcy Gillette. I'm the Community Services Director with the City of Battle Creek. I do have some updates that I thought would be helpful from the last meeting for some additional information that supplements the amendments and the attachments to the resolution that you find here tonight from the previous meeting also. Just to recap, as outlined in the resolution and the staff report, this special use request meets a number of goals of the master plan and is found to be consistent with the R1A residential district land use classification, which is identified in chapters 1240 and 1241. In addition, the following standards meet approval. Section 125101, items A through F for assisted senior living requirements for zoning standards. Nonconformities, chapter 1270, alterations of buildings. Section 1270.04, Special Land Use, Section 1281.05, items A through H. I would like to also note that the criteria was reviewed and approved by our Planning Commission on 5/25. There was a question asked as to whether or not or why there were not minutes provided at our last commission meeting. Please understand that in order to meet resolution deadlines, we have to submit that information for your review in advance. And because the meeting for Planning Commission was on 5/25, those draft minutes were not available, but you will see that information in today's packet. The special use permit criteria for Lakeview Assisted Living was reviewed and approved by Planning Commission and City Commission in also both 2011 and 2015, when the special use requests came before both of those bodies. Some updates from our previous meeting is that there was a question raised as to whether or not site plan approval comes through City Commission for approval. And at the last meeting, we did share that if a special use permit is approved by Planning and City Commission, that then official site plans are provided by the applicant and reviewed by staff. That internal review happens not only with our Planning and Zoning Department, but also our Department of Public Works. At the time of the last meeting, we did not have final review completed administratively, but since that time, both planning and zoning approvals have been met, and Department of Public Works is finishing their final reviews to ensure that it meets all of the standards that are defined in those ordinances and the sections, chapters that I noted. I would like to note that you will also find that in the revised site plan, that there was some clarification provided in regards to the access point to the site for purposes of construction. The new site plan notes that it is a temporary construction access and is not in any way intended to be a permanent road access. Construction is outlined in a way that the access to the site will be the same as what was done in 2015 when there was an amendment and addition to the project. It would be utilizing the same public road street access, utilizing the route that you'll see from Jacaranda Drive to Cortez Lane to Mesa Verde Drive. That is the shortest route from Helmer Road to the site. So you will see that route identified there. We did do calculations. That's approximately 1,500 feet distance in driving. And we counted the frontage of every single home along there and identified that that would be 20 homes. So to give you a point of reference, residents here spoke tonight and said that there are just over 100 within Jacaranda Estates. So 20 of those would be along that path. In addition, initial construction would be accessed off of the end of Mesa Verde, and this would be for the exterior construction. So as mentioned before, excavating, pouring of concrete, putting in the shell work, the walls, rafters, roofing, but everything related to the interior can actually be accessed from the Helmer Road site through the parking lot. Construction vehicles and equipment will all be parked on the open vacant parcel. As you can see, behind the structure and facility, there is a lot of acreage. So as they drive from Mesa Verde off of the public street directly onto their own property, because their property actually drives right in from Mesa Verde, that is where vehicles would be parked. So there would be no construction vehicles or equipment placed along the public street or the public right-of-way. It would be anticipated that there would be, following groundbreaking, anywhere from sort of that 4 to 6 month period of time in order to get it to the point where the interior work can begin. After that, what you would be looking at is potentially another 4 to 5 months on average for the project to get completion for all of the interior work, again, access through Helmer Road. In addition, our Department of Public Works will ask for submission of a right-of-way permit. Right-of-way permits are applied for so that we ensure that there's compliance with Ordinance 10-2003. These compliance and requirements speak to conditions that are specific to construction access, hours of work, expectation of public space, ensuring that any of the city infrastructure, for example, a public street, that it be in the same condition at the start of construction as what it is at the end of construction, and that is all monitored and supervised by our Department of Public Works. There also will be standards and requirements from the Calhoun County related to soil erosion. There will be a permit anytime there's groundbreaking that happens. We ensure that soil erosion and those factors are taken into account. As mentioned regarding construction, if there is any dirt or debris in the roadway, that certainly would be the responsibility of Ganton Communities to clean that roadway at the completion of their construction period. There are a couple of areas that I would like to reference related to the special land use requirements, those items that are A through H. There were a couple that seemed to be of greater question around, and so I wanted to cover those. The first is item B, which is the use will be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained as harmonious and appropriate in appearance with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity and will not change the essential character of the neighborhood. Staff has reviewed this not only for this application, but as noted in 2011 and 2015, that the proposed would be harmonious and appropriate in appearance with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity, to include building facade, roof variations, those of which that resemble the neighboring residential. Traffic to Lakeview Assisted Living will be minimal and continue to be accessed off of Helmer Road. Again, the only access point from Mesa Verde is for the initial construction phase until they can get smaller vehicles into the Helmer Road access. But certainly from an operational standpoint, the facility will always maintain access off of Helmer Road. The existing facility has proven over the last 10 years to be harmonious with existing character of the general vicinity, and the proposed addition would not change the character of the surrounding area, and which includes a variety of residential housing options and also institutional uses along Helmer Road to include religious assembly and a school. The second item is item E. The use will be adequately served by essential public facilities and services such as streets, highways, police, fire protection, drainage, refuge disposal, schools, or persons or agencies responsible for the development shall be able to adequately provide such services. The assessment by planning staff was questioned previously as to the project's impact on the traffic, suggesting that traffic assessment should be completed perhaps by DPW. It's important to note that for purposes of review and approval for the special use, the assessment of traffic is made based on the anticipated long-term impact following project development completion, not traffic during a temporary period of construction. Therefore, upon project completion, the addition of 6 senior living units will in no way impact Helmer Road traffic, nor will it impact any residential streets within the neighboring Jacaranda neighborhood. We did also follow up with Department of Public Works Director Carl Fetters to get his professional input related to traffic, and he did state that there are, the average daily traffic count for Helmer is 13,000 vehicles per day, and Jacaranda Drive has approximately 900 based on a traffic count that was done in both 2018 and 2019. Both roads are considered all seasonal, and vehicles have weight and size restrictions based on state route regulations. Several factors are taken into consideration when evaluating capacity of roads, and based on those characteristics, Mr. Fetters does not feel that either one of these roadways are anywhere close to capacity. Additionally, there is adequate public infrastructure and utilities to service these small additions that are being proposed. And it is important to note that traffic or noise related to construction is temporary and therefore deemed to have no long-term impact beyond what is associated with typical residential construction projects.
Thank you. I appreciate you providing that. Is it okay if I continue, sir?
Sure.
Thank you. So I am the one who asked for the postponement 2 weeks ago because coming in I didn't know that there was an issue. I hadn't heard about the issue. So I want to appreciate my colleagues for allowing that time for me to do my research. I hope you guys did as well. And I want to say thank you to city staff because we had a lot of asks of them and they provided a lot of documentation. They went back to 2011, 2015. They went to previous meetings. They gave us more than what we asked for. And this is not an easy task, and that's on top of their other daily tasks of running a city. So I want to acknowledge that and say thank you very much. For residents who have emailed in, so many have emailed in that I have been unable to respond in a timely manner. So thank you for all of your emails and phone calls. I don't want people to feel unheard. I want people to know that we are listening, staff is listening at our guidance, and they are going and doing the homework that's necessary. Tonight, I do have a few questions that came up, and looking at this map, I brought it up here on my screen because it's a little bit hard to see from there, but the alternative of taking trucks through this curve and around looks as though there's not much space between whatever property is on the southeast corner of Mesa Verde. Thank you. And so getting trucks around that and making a corner and coming around doesn't seem very feasible. It seems a lot harder and problematic. I respect and value that there's conversations going on. That's what needs to happen. It needs to be the community talking, Mr. Ganton talking, and listening to one another and making concessions because we have to live here together. Now, ordinances in place before we were here as a commission have been in place I don't know how long. Ordinances that speak to how we plan, ordinances that speak to how we move forward with projects. That is in place, and perhaps, I don't know how to say this, is a better launching point of engaging change rather than after the fact, if that makes any sense. That these things are in place and have been in place and have been looked at for a while. And our expectation, as I understand it, as City Commission, is to follow ordinance. And being that the factors have been met, it's hard to vote no, being that the factors have been met. And I hear over and over about a good neighbor about Mr. Ganton, him being a good neighbor, that people respect Mr. Ganton, family has been there, people have worked there. I know I personally have been out there. I've been out there several times for the MPC that took place prior to COVID and loved the facility. Even considered it for my grandmother who hopes to be moving out here. I understand that we're concerned for safety. Safety is a concern. It's not something that's easily overlooked, especially as a parent, right? My child is sitting here front row, and he doesn't want to be here, but he is because he has no one at home to take care of him. And for his safety, he is here under my watchful eye, where he can't be a couch potato, as he said earlier today. And I get that as a parent, we need to do those things. However, I cannot find where the factors have not been met. So I myself feel obligated to support this as presented by staff with all documentation as presented. I did speak with city staff earlier. Again, this is something that I have been diligently reading for a couple weeks. I did go back, sir, and watch that planning commission meeting, and I did maybe saw it from a little bit of a different perspective, but I did watch that, and I did follow up on our population, and our population is only ever so slightly growing here in Battle Creek, very slightly. And the age group that is growing, and Mr. Deering, if I'm speaking incorrectly due to anything, please stop me. One of the growing population is our aging. It's our seniors. They're moving here. And I appreciated some of the statistics of showing where we are above state averages and national averages. And that means that Battle Creek is a pretty cool place to retire, I guess, right? So people want to be here. They want to I don't know, live in this community, which is great. It's fabulous. So I couldn't contend with a motorcycle. Thank you, Rebecca. So yes, I want residents to know that you're not being unheard. I hear you. I hear you and I see you and I understand the frustration and I understand the impact that this is going to have over the next 6 months. And although the impact, as I would see it living there, would be go out and get to know who's there. Go to your senior center and knock on the door and volunteer. Growing up, my mother, who's also here in the front row, took me to senior centers as a child. And part of what I did is I volunteered at senior centers. I read to my senior citizens. They weren't related to me. I had no idea who they were. But she wanted me to understand and realize that our seniors need us. It's a village effort. And we need homes for our seniors, but we don't just need homes, we need community. And as I sit here and I listen to some of the emotion, I wonder where are we when COVID first started with the community of people putting hearts on the windows of senior centers because they were the most vulnerable. They couldn't be touched. They couldn't be interacted with. Where are we with that? I know this is going to be impactful for 6 months. I hear you. I feel you. I'm just asking you to see it from a different perspective. Try to see it from the perspective of a senior who's looking for a home, who's on a waiting list, who needs a home. It's not easy. I know that. My house where I live, none of you would want to live there. Trucks, M37, shake my house. No one would want to live there. But guess what? If I want that changed, I have to go to the state level and I have to make changes. I encourage you to continue this conversation forward for changing ordinances and being this involved, not just tonight, but being this involved moving forward. My hands are tied at this point. 10, 15 years ago, at ordinance creation would have been the point in which to have these conversations. And I'm so sorry that this is gonna, that you may feel and you may walk away feeling unheard. That I don't want that, but I understand that is maybe your perspective. Again, thank you for coming out. It's been super informative, and this is a lesson that I will take further into whatever I do next, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other commission comments at this time?
I'll go. Today, I'll start with an anecdote. Today, I had a court hearing and I was chastised by the judge, rightfully so. He said, Mr. Lance, you sent me 396 pages of documents at 4:32 p.m. yesterday for a hearing this morning. He said, it seemed like a pretty big data dump. And I tried to explain to the judge it wasn't a data dump. I was just trying to make sure that I was being as transparent as possible so that he had all the information. I feel like this has been a data dump. I feel all these conversations that have been had today, everything that's been said, this could have been done at the planning commission level and it should have been done a lot better than what it's been done to us, I think. I think this is the service to this commission. I think it's the service to Mr. Gannon. I think it's the service to the community members. He's made many representations, both sides have made many representations about conditions. And I think at our last meeting, we said we could place conditions. So why don't we just say everything that he said, make it a condition as part of the approval? Now, who's going to type that up? I think he said he was going to be on the grounds the whole time. So why don't we include all of those things as part of the conditions? You know, we had a discussion about the traffic going through, and I guess I'm not as convinced as Commissioner Blood on whether the conditions have been met. Quite frankly, I don't think they have been. I looked at the 2011 minutes. I looked at the 2015 minutes. I've seen my predecessors, how they voted. In 2015, Jeff Domenico, who's part of that, said, "You're done. This is it." And now we're back again in 2022. I asked the city attorney today about the zoning. Now, it's my understanding this project, when it was first conceived, they had a footprint. Then in 2015, they expanded that footprint. And forgive me, I can't remember how many units were placed in 2015.
10.
10, okay. So now we're asking for another 6. But we changed our zoning plan a little bit.
2020.
That's correct.
We did a full city
That's
zoning
right.
amendment.
And now the building itself is considered non-conforming. So we've fallen into the non-conforming statute, which says you can only expand it more than 25%, right?
Correct.
So if that statute would have been in place in 2011 when this thing was initially passed, I'm betting that the 2 expansions would may not have met that requirement. Is that fair to say?
To make assumptions as to ifs for something that is not relevant, that would be correct.
Yeah. So my biggest concern, of course, is making a decision on this matter today. I'm going to vote no as it currently stands. I would be happy to throw some conditions on there. No access road would be wonderful. I would like to see some notifications to all the neighbors if we are going to drive semi-trucks through. If my commissioners vote that, Mr. Lance, you're wrong on that, then what about notice to all the neighbors if semi-trucks are going to come through, if cement trucks are going to come through? I think there has to be some sort of notification to them so that they're aware of what's going to happen. And quite frankly, 6 months in this climate, that's very optimistic that the construction is going to be done. I won't comment on contractors, but I think that's very optimistic.
With regard to notification of trucks or vehicles coming through for this particular project, that is not a consideration that staff had factored because it is not a standard for which we require any other types of construction, whether that be residential or commercial. So that's probably why it was not a factor taken into account.
Well, I guess what I'm going at, though, is sometimes we have to look outside our factors, and when you're having a community conversation, other than just having them talk, I think you actually have to listen to them. And I don't think we did. I don't think we listened to anybody. And so what I would say is this, is I would like to have some notification that this thing goes through some approval. I'd like to have some conditions on the access road never being an access road after this. I'd like to see some notification. And again, I don't like to see anything going through one way, how it is. I live in a one way basically that's very similar to this. And there are no sidewalks. There are people walking around. So I appreciate that the staff doesn't think that's an issue, but as I say, people in the field, I think that's a little different. So right now, as this thing sits, I don't think it meets the standards that's set forth, so I can't support it as it sits. And just so we're clear, this is nothing against anybody's integrity, trust, or what have you. This is against how this thing is placed to me today.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your comments. Are there any other commission comments at this time? Commissioner Sophia.
Thank you, Mayor. Was there can you talk to me, and I didn't see anything in here, now there was a lot of information, so perhaps I overlooked it, but, so you talked about parking behind the facility.
Yes.
Are we looking at an improved, like, are there going to be parking on dirt? What are they going to be parking on?
Sure. So I certainly would defer that question to Scott, who acts as the general contractor for the project. But what I can tell you is if there was any disruption to the existing grass surface, that it would be reinstated to its current condition. So if there were ruts from a heavy truck or rains or those types of things, that it would be put back to its existing condition. So I can at least speak to that.
And then was the potential for runoff? I mean, so right now, it's all green space. So
Yeah.
you get rain,
Yeah.
rain percolates down into the aquifer, everything is
Yeah.
fine. You start putting in concrete and buildings, that rain is going to go somewhere. And whether it's rain or snow or hail or whatever other precipitation we're talking about, where is that? Is
So
there?
we're fortunate to have some very experienced, talented, technical engineers that work for the city of Battle Creek that review the stormwater and runoff calculations to ensure that construction will not be impacted in that way. You'll see that the entire northwest sort of side of Helmer on the parcel, that is a very large sort of runoff retention that we anticipate, and again, DPW is still doing their final review and working with the consultant that's providing the plans and the calculations, but it's anticipated that that storm runoff area is definitely large enough to accommodate the addition that's being proposed. But again, that review and those approvals are done by our Department of Public Works to ensure that.
I have to agree, though, with Commissioner Lance. I can't support this as it is this evening. If there were additional stipulations put into place, I'd be willing to have those conversations, but as it is before us tonight, I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your comments. Commissioner Morris?
What would it look like to address the stipulations as far as the neighborhood? I understand that there's a cost here with not going through the neighborhood and accessing it from Helmer Road. What would that look like to explore that?
Yeah, so certainly if you look at the site itself, if the property for where the addition is being proposed according to the drawings, if the heavy equipment, and what I'll say heavy equipment, for example, excavation and let's say concrete truck, in addition to delivery of materials, so all of your lumber materials, if that were able to be feasibly accessed from Helmer Road, then certainly Lakeview Assisted Living would use that route. When you come off of Helmer Road, what you dump into is not only a drive, but also all of the parking for that business. So the idea, and you'll see that Commissioner Blood mentioned the corner property right against Mesa Verde. To be able to come through parking, and you have to think about pedestrian safety when we take this into account. You have people who are walking to and from their vehicles into the building. Pedestrian safety and also respecting the property owner and to make the clearance around the northern side of the building is just not feasible. However, using a public road that anyone can drive on that directly adjoins or is adjacent to the property without having to access either an easement or someone else's property is the safest, quickest way to do the development project.
Thank you.
Are there any other commission comments or questions at this period of time? Commissioner Benica, hearing.
So I also have concerns about the stipulations that go with it. If there was some way that we could approve this with like a denial of an access road into the neighborhood or sticking to and making sure that we stick to the size and weight restrictions that go along with that road.
It does.
I'd be fine with approving that, but I want to make sure those are in place so that we are not compromising that neighborhood.
So the right-of-way permit that I mentioned by our Department of Public Works has those requirements that the construction and the types of vehicles and the weight of vehicles do not exceed. And the reason that we know that the types of vehicles utilized on our public roads are the types of construction that we have throughout all of our streets in the city of Battle Creek, because we have construction everywhere. You know, we build new homes. As mentioned, I think previously in comments, there are 2 properties at the back end of Jacaranda that are currently vacant that could have a residential property built on them. If there was going to be a residential home built on there, they would actually travel much deeper into the neighborhood on public streets. And likely, because the residential parcels are much smaller in size than the acreage that the Ganton property has, they actually would probably, from a construction vehicle and equipment standpoint, have to park those vehicles in the street on the public right-of-way. So a project like that, comparatively, would be much more impactful in the neighborhood than the scope of this project. But the right-of-way permit that Department of Public Works requires ensures that those standards are met.
Okay, and so does that also ensure that there will not be an access way put into the neighborhood?
So there is not the ability to, when we say access way, I don't want to assume you're
Meaning
in.
permanent driveway, that's what I
Yeah,
mean.
there is no permanent drive, and no permanent drive, not only a permanent drive not applied for, but again, if there were to be an interest in that, that again would go through the city Department of Public Works for the improvement of being able to add a permanent drive. But again, if you look at the plans that are submitted, and the plans that are submitted and that are before you tonight for approval do not state a permanent drive. It specifically states the temporary access. So what you would be approving that is before you is the temporary access.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reynolds, and then Commissioner Sophia.
Thank you. Marcy, you've addressed most of my concerns as far as the access way, but we talked about the division of the business, some type of full tree or something that you would
Sure.
have.
Yes.
I didn't hear that mentioned. Once the project's completed, is that something that
That is part of the site plan approval. There are landscaping standards for screening and planting. So you heard mentioned that there, based on where the project is located, there are some existing trees that will have to be removed for the project. But certainly the intent is that, you know, there would be tree replacement and screening that meets the ordinance landscaping requirements.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sophia.
Thank you. So to kind of follow up on Commissioner Herring's comments and questions, you said an access drive would have to be approved by DPW, is that correct?
Well,
That would not.
that's your first step, is Department of Public Works would have to say, can a public street or whatever be put in there? I mean, what we have to remember is that all of this acreage at one point, prior to Ganton community purchasing it and doing the development, the original idea that many years ago was that all of that would be secondary phases to Jacaranda. And the reason that we have Mesa Verde and Barbados that meet in that way is because ultimately, had single family continued, then that would have been a continuation of the roadway. And so that approval for public roadway is determinations of Department of Public Works.
I understand that.
Yeah.
So, would that permission, though, rest solely with DPW, or would something like that come back in front of the commission?
When public streets are put in.
Typically, that authority for public access to right-of-way is delegated in the ordinance to my position.
Okay. So essentially then what I'm hearing is that, to Commissioner Herring's point, if we approve this the way that it is, allowing for a temporary access, then there is nothing that would preclude there being, that becoming a more permanent access in the future. Is that accurate?
What I would say is that what is before you is what you are responsible for reviewing and approving. And the standards for which what-ifs or potential should not be factors for your determination, that would be a situation as it were to present itself. And so the facts that you have before you are that it is only a temporary construction access.
Commissioner Herring.
So I have a question. Can we, if we were to approve it, can we add that stipulation for a no access road in there? Is that something that we can do? Because I'm hearing the commission say that's an issue, and I'm also hearing the community say that's an issue.
You mean for permanent?
For a permit, can we put a stipulation in there that there is no permanent access road added? Or is that something that's not in our control?
Well, it's not something that is in the plan, and that would be pretty out of the, I mean, the statute is talking about reasonable conditions that are necessary for this particular plan. And so I think that's speculative, and it would be out of the ordinary process to think about something hypothetically in the future and try to short-circuit the process that is already set out in the ordinance for access roads. And I'm sorry, we don't know what conditions might be facing in the future. They certainly would have to request it if they ever wanted to put in an access road. And I think even if this were to be denied today, there's nothing that would stop them from following the ordinance process to seek to put an access road in there. And it wouldn't come before, even without this special use permit and this process, and it wouldn't be something that would come before the commission.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sophia.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize. So, to Jill, so then let me ask Commissioner Herring's question a different way. If we're not going to say, or if we can't say that you can't put a permanent access in as part of this special use, can we then put in a stipulation that says that there is a requirement that that access road that is put in to allow only the construction traffic, that area then has to be returned to a natural
Is that in the
grass
ordinance already? No. Yeah. That is the expectation.
I understand that might be an
yes.
expectation, but
Yeah,
is
yeah,
it spelled out?
Yeah. Sure.
So that can be put in writing?
Yes, that the standards for which the current, shall we say, green lawn space, that it be put in a, that it may be made whole once construction is complete.
You could motion to add that condition specifically if they're not certain that it's spelled out.
Is there a motion to add that condition?
Commissioner
Blood.
Yes, I love the robust conversation. Out of curiosity, I think it was listed that Mr. Ganton has about 15 acres, 16 acres, looking at either of you. Okay, so Mr. Ganton, I see a very clear property line, if you could say, where you put in trees to make a nice view off the westish side of the building. And then there's that cute little heart-looking shape that's on my map, but not your guys' map. That is also part of your property, correct? The big brown area. Okay. Sorry, I see green, you see brown. If Mr. Ganton decided at some time, I don't want to own 15 acres. I am okay with just owning where my property is, and he decided to sell those remaining acres to another developer who wanted to come in and say, extend Jacaranda into more single-family homes to provide ample mixed housing here in our community. What would happen then? And what would that look like before our commission and our community?
Sure, so hypothetically speaking, at any time, someone can choose to split a parcel, whether that's, a single residential and you have a budding side lot, you can choose to cut off the side lot, another single-family home could be built. So this is just at a much larger scale. So certainly Mr. Ganton could choose to parcel off some of his acreage. It would certainly, any development would have to comply with the current zoning allowances for what could be constructed. And then as part of that, a future developer would have to work with the Department of Public Works to say, is there enough space for public right-of-way access for construction of single-family, i.e. an expansion of Jacaranda that was once envisioned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other commission comments at this time? Seeing none, then are we prepared to vote? Okay, please vote. Resolution has been approved. Next item on our agenda is Resolution 414.
Per the Battle Creek budget policy of the City Commission, the City Manager has prepared a recommended annual budget that considers current service levels, input from the community-wide strategic planning process, the City Commission goal-setting process, and priorities that reflect changing needs of the community. Proper notice has been given and a public workshop and public hearing were held for the fiscal year 2022-2023 budgets as recommended. This resolution approves the millage rate of 15.503 to be levied for fiscal year 2022-2023 and adopts the general fund special funds budgets for the fiscal year 2022-2023 as recommended.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve Resolution 414.
Commissioner Reynolds supports.
So moved and supported to approve Resolution 414. Are there any comments, questions, or concerns by the Commission? Vice Mayor Ferris.
I just wanted to thank city staff for putting together a wonderful budget and welcome our newest member to the Finance Department, Aaron. Welcome on board. And again, thank you all for putting this together for us. And it feels good to have our budget in such good shape, so thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other Commission comments? Seeing none, would you please vote on 414? Resolution 414 has been approved. Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is Resolution 415.
Western Michigan University, WMU, has evaluated its facilities and needs. It decided to sell the building located at 50 West Jackson Street, located in the city of Battle Creek, commonly known as the Kendall Center. WMU obtained ownership of this property more than 30 years ago for $1 and has agreed to sell it to the city for $1, along with half of the closing costs charged by the title company and the recording fee. This resolution seeks authorization for the city manager to execute all documents necessary to purchase the building located at 50 West Jackson Street, commonly known as the Kendall Center, from Western Michigan University for $1.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve Resolution 415.
Commissioner Reynolds supports.
It's been moved and supported to approve Resolution 415. Are there any comments by the Commission? Commissioner Lance.
Thank you. So I guess my first question is the process. So I reviewed the sales agreement, and so we approve you guys signing the sales agreement. Does it come back to us after you sign it, or no? In particular, your 30-day inspection period worries me greatly. Having just gone through a purchase of a residential house that isn't nearly this, took us 60 days of inspection period. And then I work downtown, and I look across the street and I see the McCamey Plaza, and they obviously tore that down. I look to my left, I see the Michigan building, I think the Vogt owned that, that's demolished. We already found out that it's just not $1, it's gonna be at least $60,000 to $70,000 a year holding costs. I don't know what the plan is, but if I approve this, 30 days to do engineering, to look at this thing, I'm just concerned that if I approve this, I have no idea really what I'm approving in terms of costs, of true costs of what the city will have to keep and hold right now.
Right now, all we know are the holding costs that we will do. Certainly, we have 30 days to do the due diligence, but ultimately, more due diligence will be needed when we know what the next use of that building is going to be. It sits in a very important part of the downtown, and I think I've mentioned, several community members and downtown business owners say we need more residential. But really, it was recognition that the community granted this building to Western, and they made a great deal of improvements to it and have used it, but have different needs now. So, we appreciate that they are willing to allow that to come back to the city for us to figure out what its next life is going to be. I don't know what that is, but we know that whatever developer takes that on, would know that they have to take on those responsibilities. It is not our intent to hold it for a long period of time. We want to work with our partners to be able to market it and make sure that it's put back into its productive best use.
I guess, can we put a condition on this, that this comes back to us for full approval of the purchase of the conveyance in 2 to 6 months, when you actually have a plan? This month, inspection period, I guess I don't know what kind of language am I looking for, Jill?
Well, the purchase agreement would have to be changed because it's got a closing date of July 1st. And so normally these things, it's just either you grant the authority to sell it or not. It would come back to the commission for approval once the next, whoever the buyer would be wants to buy it. That's, you can certainly make any kind of motion that you want, but normally, I've never seen that done before.
Okay. All right, why don't I'll make a motion to table this, this resolution right now.
Table essentially kills something, and so you can certainly do that, but otherwise it's adjourn consideration of it to a future date.
How about we adjourn for consideration until the first of the July meeting, whatever our first meeting in July is.
July 5th.
You're certainly welcome to make any kind of a motion that you want. I'm not sure what kind of discussions or, plans. I think there's the Community Foundation has an agreement to July 1st that they've been paying holding costs. So, but as I said, you're certainly welcome to make.
Again, to me, this seemed like we could be getting into something that we simply just don't know what we're getting into. And no offense to the city, but I know we get lots of questions on how many properties the city owns, and we really don't know what we're doing with some of these. And this is a very prominent building downtown. And undoubtedly, Western Michigan has done a great job, and we appreciate Western Michigan doing it. But to me, I'm hesitant to accept a property for $1, particularly when there's obligations. And I would prefer to have more discussions possibly with the city. I'm just not ready to approve this as is.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there support?
I would like to add to the motion. I think if I can have opportunity, or if the motion is live, I can wait until after that.
Are you supporting the motion?
I would like to add to the motion, so I do not support it as is.
Support.
All right, we have support. Now we can discuss. Commissioner Blood.
Thank you. So Commissioner Lance, thank you. Great questions. I also concur that not knowing what we're going to do and having those incurred costs is not something that I am in support of at this point, because just because we have a great budget now doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have a great budget whenever. What I would love to see happen is I'd love to see Western be in discussions with possibly, hi, I can see you, be in discussions beyond us with possibly other community partners. If there's interest from BCU or BCCF, perhaps offering a sale to them for $1 and allowing them to shoulder that approximate 60 to 7,000, well, let me go back, $6,000 to $7,000 cost each month, and allowing them the opportunity to utilize that building for mixed use, or perhaps some of our other developers who have talked about using mixed use downtown, to give them the opportunity and the same privilege of buying something for $1 and then coming and using plans and them shouldering the cost. At this point, as presented, it's not something that I would support unless we had a plan in place, an actionable plan that would not incur additional costs that we just really don't need right now. So I wouldn't think that it would be fiscally responsible to do that. So with that motion, I would probably amend to say, before it comes back before us, I would like to see it listed or discussions with other partners that could develop it with stipulations of mixed-use housing or what would support our downtown.
Rebecca, did you want to say something?
Yes, so please know, we've been having these conversations with Western for over 6 months, and the Battle Creek Community Foundation and Battle Creek Unlimited have been at the table when we've had these conversations. At that time, we kind of got together, and it was in the best interest that the city take it when what they wanted to sell it 6 months ago. We weren't ready to do that because we wanted to make sure that we had the necessary conversations so that it goes back into productive use as best as we can. Brenda Hunt and Joe Soborowski and I agreed that the city would take it on, but we would all work together on what the redevelopment plan would look like. And that could include the city then sending it to BCU for $1. At this particular point, we were already in negotiations with Western for a purchase agreement, and so we decided to just continue this particular plan to request permission from the commission to purchase it, but those discussions are ongoing. And as a matter of fact, Ted and I and Brenda and Joe met today, knowing that we want to get this back into productive use as soon as we can. But again, trying to meet, Western's desire to no longer own that particular building in the downtown, but also wanting to have a say in what its redevelopment will look like in the future.
Well, I appreciate that, Rebecca, but I guess if you're having those discussions, I wouldn't mind hearing what the Community Foundation and even BCU has to say about this.
I mean, I can certainly share. I mean, again, we are all on the same page that a residential component to that building is probably very attractive because we still don't have enough residential units downtown, recognizing that those who are living in the downtown are going to be the foot traffic that we have, different than we've had before because we have employers making decisions about who's going to be working in offices and who's going to telework. And all of those three entities, BCU, BCCF, and the city, are committed to getting it to its next productive use. Trust, we just talked about, some of the environmental due diligence that has to happen, and the city can have access to tools that the Community Foundation and BCU may not have access to be able to do some of that due diligence once we have a potential redevelopment opportunity. Western also talked about marketing the building. And they went through a lot of due diligence with an appraisal and et cetera, and it was a nice call to get that they recognized that it was a gift from the city in the beginning and they would like to give it back to the city so it can remain in productive use. I hear what you're saying, and I wish I could tell you that we've got a developer in hand that's ready to do something, but please know you have at least 3, the city plus 2 community partners who are willing to step up and be a part of that. BCCF did not have to split the holding costs. They did that so that we would have some more time to consider whether or not this is the right next step for that particular building. And so Western and the Community Foundation split those costs, knowing that the city would have to take that on. But again, if it makes more sense to put it in the hands of BCU or an entity of that nature, then we certainly are willing to do that.
Okay, any other comments by the commission? Vice Mayor Ferris.
I guess at this time I would support postponing a decision on this until July 1st so that we are able to see more information from all parties involved as to what potential reuse of this building could be. Through my course on the commission, I feel like we've had this whole legacy of having to deal with things that were given to the city or that the city picked up for $1. We've had to deal with Dolliver. We've had to deal with Metcalf Lake. I'm sure there are others that I'm just not thinking of right now. And I don't want to put another problem into the hands of future commissioners. I also don't necessarily like the city playing the role as gatekeeper as to who is able to purchase downtown property. And I guess I would just have to really see a plan in place or more of a plan in place to feel comfortable approving this. You said you've been working on it for 6 months with folks, but this is new to the people up here. We haven't been part of that process, and the general public has not been part of that process either. So I guess I would just need to see a little more substance before saying yes.
Any other commission comments?
Just a point that our next meeting is actually July 5th, not the 1st. Okay. So I would prefer to postpone it to the 5th at that meeting. And so just a point of, hopefully we got that number correct.
So is that a motion? I'll second that, to postpone the vote to July 5th.
City Attorney, is it all right if we amend or just have a friendly amendment here so we don't have to have 2 votes?
Yeah, I actually thought Commissioner Lance had said the first meeting in July. So, same thing.
And Commissioner Sophia, you supported that, so you're, okay, so. All right, are there any other comments at this time? Seeing none, would you please vote? We're voting on Jim Lance's
amendment.
You're voting on the postponement.
There it goes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion has been approved. Next item on our agenda is Resolution 416. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
The fire department is in need of a new fire apparatus to replace aging fleet. The new fire apparatus is the same specification as the recent purchases. The new fire apparatus is built to a general specification that is most commonly used by other fire departments in the nation. The general specification build plan results in cost savings and improved delivery time while still meeting the department's needs. Timing is critical to secure the vehicle and price for the city of Battle Creek. If approved, the vehicle delivery is expected in the fourth quarter of 2022. This resolution seeks authorization regarding the issuance of a purchase order for a new fire apparatus from CSI Emergency Apparatus LLC in a not-to-exceed amount of $636,904.30.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve Resolution 416.
Commissioner Reynolds supports.
It's been moved and supported to approve Resolution 416. Are there any comments, clarifications, or questions by the commission? Seeing none, would you please vote on 416? Resolution 416 has been approved. Next item on our agenda is Resolution 417. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
City Hall is currently serviced by 2 refurbished generators. The system has not allowed for full electrical coverage for City Hall systems in the event of a power outage. City Hall is in need of a generator that can handle the full needs. This resolution seeks authorization regarding a contract for a generator for City Hall with Motor Shop Electrical Construction Company in a not to exceed amount of $269,700.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve Resolution 417.
Commissioner Reynolds supports.
It's been moved and supported to approve Resolution 417. Are there any comments, questions, or concerns by the commission? Seeing none, would you please vote on Resolution 417? Resolution 417 has been approved. Next item on our agenda is Resolution 418. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
A solicitation was issued April 18, 2022 for the Network Security Firewalls project. This project consists of replacing the main data center firewall for the city with a pair of next-generation firewalls, software, equipment, licensing, and maintenance for 5 years. This resolution seeks acceptance of the proposal of best value for network security firewalls from Amerinet of Michigan, Incorporated, in an estimated amount of $172,330.32 with unit prices prevailing.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve Resolution 418.
Commissioner Reynolds supports.
So moved and supported to approve Resolution 418. Are there any comments, questions, or concern by the commission? Seeing none, would you please vote on 418? Resolution 418 has been approved. Next item on our agenda is Resolution 419.
The City of Battle Creek has historically identified 2 groundwater sources for water supply. Verona Wellfield has been the primary source for all water distributed to Battle Creek and surrounding residents, with the Columbia Wellfield being a backup supply if needed. The Columbia Wellfield has been out of production for over 40 years, and with recent discoveries of nearby PFAS in residential wells and no readily available treatment, this well field is currently being decommissioned. City staff is concerned with the risk of having only one source of water for production and having the need to respond quickly to any new contaminants of concern. Therefore, Jones and Henry was engaged for recommendation to reduce the risk to the Verona well field. This resolution seeks adoption of the final project plan for the Verona well field improvements and membrane filtration and designating an authorized project representative.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve Resolution 419.
Commissioner Reynolds supports.
So moved and supported to approve Resolution 419. Are there any comments by the commission? Commissioner Blood.
Thank you, sir. I just want to say thank you for the proactiveness of looking at this and any possible things that might be presented in the future. As we've had someone speak, water is essential to doing all sorts of stuff, not only living, but cleaning and so on and so forth. So protecting that water for people who live here in Battle Creek is very important. So I appreciate being proactive rather than reactive. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commission comments? Seeing none, would you please vote on 419? Resolution 419 has been approved. Next item on our agenda is Resolution 420. When you're ready, Madam Clerk.
The city often works with Michigan Department of Transportation on various projects. This MDOT project includes hot mix asphalt milling and resurfacing, concrete sidewalk and curb ramps along Clark Road from River Road to M96, including pavement markings, and all together with necessary related work from Michigan Department of Transportation in the amount of $66,792. This resolution seeks authorization for the city manager to sign contract number 2022-5235 with the Michigan Department of Transportation.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve Resolution 420.
Commissioner Reynolds supports.
Moved and supported to approve Resolution 420. Do we have any comments, questions, or concerns by the commission? Seeing none, would you please vote on 420? Resolution 420 has been approved. Next item on our agenda is Resolution 421. When you're ready, Madam Clerk.
On July 6, 2021, the City Commission approved Resolution 180, establishing a policy regarding flag display. This policy declares that the city's flagpoles are not intended to serve as a forum for free expression of the public, but rather for the display of federal, state, and city flags, or the temporary replacement of the city flag with any commemorative flag as may be authorized by resolution of the City Commission as an expression of the city's official sentiments. On March 1, 2022, the City Commission amended Ordinance 03-2022 via Resolution 318, adding Juneteenth to the list of official city holidays. This resolution seeks approval to direct staff to fly the Juneteenth flag and African flag for the duration of 30 days at Claude Evans Park.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve Resolution 421.
Commissioner Reynolds supports.
Been moved and supported to approve Resolution 421. Are there any comments, questions, or concerns by the commission? Commissioner Sophia.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be voting no on this resolution. I stated a year ago that I thought that the flag resolution or the flag policy was flawed, and there has not been any attempts to change it. I've been told that the flag policy is fine, so as long as the flag policy is as it sits, I will be voting no on this and any future resolutions before us.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your comments. Any other comments? Seeing none, would you please vote on 421? Resolution 421 has been approved. And before we go to 422 and 423, will our city manager or city attorney advise us, do we have to vote on both of them? If we vote on 422 and it's approved, do we have to vote 423 down?
You could vote 423 down, or you could motion to remove it from the agenda, but correct, you're going to vote yes on, only one of them could be approved.
Thank you. That's what I was asking for. Madam Clerk, 422, please.
Rise Corp. has presented two options for commission consideration. In option A, the subject of this resolution, Rise Corp. is requesting a 2-year grant for a 2-year total of $547,071 that consists primarily of food purchase, $191,100, and matching dollars for a violence intervention program, $125,000. The violence interruption program was not included in their original request. This resolution, if approved, substitutes the attached project referenced as option A for the American Rescue Plan Act state and local fiscal recovery funded project previously approved by the City Commission for Rise Corp.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve Resolution 422.
Commissioner Reynolds supports.
It's been moved and supported to approve Resolution 422. Are there any comments by the commission or questions or concerns? Vice Mayor?
This starts out as a concern, I guess. We put in place a very rigorous process by which we reviewed each of the requests that came before us for these ARPA funds. We had a rubric in which we rated them, and among the people that received funding was Rise. I don't know that these new proposals, number one, would make it onto that list of approvals. And number two, I have concern about opening this Pandora's box to other fundees requesting that different things than what they first presented to us. I'll be voting no on both of these. did support RISA's first proposal that was put in front of us, and would continue to support that. But I think it's a slippery slope once we start going back and changing the terms by which we're funding.
Could I address that, please?
Oh, again, unfortunately, unless I'm giving advice by the city manager, city attorney, and the commission that we're going to open up. Commissioner Bonica, hearing.
So I actually have a question. You're right, we did go through a rubric, but when you think about these plans that, the way I look at it, when we think about the plans that came in, that was for $1 million plan. If you don't get the full amount, it looks like it's going to have to be adjusted to me, because how do you take half of what you asked for and condense it? So I would like to say, first of all, I read the plan. He's still doing 2 years. Well, excuse me, RISE is still doing 2 years of food distribution. They just shifted part of it. And can you speak to any of the COVID-related crime issues that happened within your community that you're proposing to adjust that money for the Plan A?
Yes, yeah, thank you for that question, and good evening to everyone.
Just so everyone knows, if we open up the floor, we could have to open it up to anyone to speak. So, City Attorney, could you advise us on that?
Certainly. You certainly have the authority to allow someone to speak, and I think we've customarily allowed an exception when it's related to an applicant in particular, and I think this is the applicant for this. And so it's up to you certainly running the meeting, but that's kind of the custom.
Let's go ahead.
Yep. No, thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. Yes, Commissioner Herring is right. We were first applied for $1 million grant to do the food distribution for over 3 years, and we received $547,000 for that out of that million. And so we were told that we had to adjust it according to the 547, and that's what you see with option B. It's just an adjustment, simple adjustment. Option A, originally we put in 2 proposals. One to turn Washington School into like a community center, and the violence interruption piece was a part of that. We withdrew that and just went with the food distribution. Again, since we were only granted 547 instead of the full $1 million, just trying to see how much impact, the best impact we can have in our community. One of the biggest things in our community, Washington Heights community, District D specifically, is crime and safety. It's the most high crime area in the city. Just had a shooting down at Claude Evans Park a few weeks back. A young guy got shot, I think 16, 17 years old. We just put a splash pad down there for the only splash pad in Battle Creek for the community to come to. Kids are scared to go there. We have a big crime problem, a big safety problem in Washington Heights specifically, and again in District D. That's one of the top priorities for the city. Priority areas is safety. And so we want to, and we have had a meeting back in October with several city commissioners. I know we met with the mayor around this project, city manager, and everyone was on board with the project. We've been trying to figure out how to fund this project. Gracefully, we just got a $125,000 grant from WKKF. And that $125,000 grant is to do violence interruption in Battle Creek. It is a problem. Kellogg's has 3 priority cities: Detroit, Grand Rapids, Battle Creek. They have something around violence in Detroit and in Grand Rapids, nothing going on in Battle Creek. It is a problem. And so we got the 125 just about 2 weeks ago. Again, we were told that we can revise our proposal, being that we didn't get the full amount, or just revise the budget. And so again, we thought, man, we can still have the same impact with the food and put this violence interruption piece, which again is a high priority in the city, which would match $125,000 that we just received from WKKF, again, around violence interruption. So,
thank you very much. Any other, Commissioner Morris?
If you could speak to the anticipated change in impact and food distribution from the previously submitted 3 years to the 2 years, could you speak to that just a little bit?
Okay, could you rephrase the question a little
Yeah,
bit?
I'm sorry. So in your original proposal, it was food distribution for 3 years, and I understand that because of the amount of money, it had to change because of the amount that you were awarded in opposition to the amount that you applied for. So I'm wondering if you could speak to how you are still going to be able to do 2 years and incorporate the violence interruption piece.
Yes, and so just to be frank and be honest, we took away from staff monies that would have been gotten from the first proposal. And so we've actually taken less money to be able to do the violence interruption piece and still do the 2 years. And if you see the budget, you'll see staffing is like $40,000, $50,000 less.
And also, I'd like to add help, Damon. When we adjusted our budget, because again, we had a decrease in the budget, we had to modify our delivery of service. So in that modification, we went to 2 years. We could still expand it beyond 1. Originally, in our original proposal, we were trying to, or going to, have a distribution every week at 2 places.
Yeah, for 3 years.
For 3 years. So we had to do a modification, and what that did was, over 2 years, we could only go half the time.
We'll go every other week instead of every week. And so that's how we're able to stretch out for 2 years, one every other week, bi-week. Right now, we're doing it once a month, so that'll definitely be an increase from what we're doing now.
And because of the District D being a high crime and violence area, again, it was an opportunity for us to deliver a better quality of service to the city by leveraging that $125,000 that we just got from Kellogg. So it's like we can give them twice the bang for the buck, and that's why we submitted 2 proposals.
Okay, just for the record, I know I should know you, but your name?
My name is Jacqueline Patrick James.
All right, and your affiliation with RISE?
I am affiliated with RISE. I'm
Vice President.
Very good. That's all I wanted to know. All right, Commissioner Reynolds.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Damon, could you speak a little bit about what it looks like for you to contribute to the gun violence? What actually would you be doing?
Yes, yep, thank you. So right now we have a team of violence interrupters that is very familiar with the community, have a lot of respect and credibility in the community, that's able to go in and get in front of a lot of these things that's happening, such as the shooting that happened at the park. You know, our team knows the individuals involved, so we're able to go in and have a conversation with those individuals and offer them resources to not retaliate, to do something different with their life. We also have a partnership with Battle Creek Public Schools right now, where we are addressing school to prison pipeline. And we're doing that. We just got through a Verona school. We have 4th and 5th graders, the most high maintenance kids in the school, and they come down to our program 3 times a week, and they do a social emotional learning group with us. Also, that carries over to our after school program that we do up at Washington Heights, again, all around social emotional learning and things of that nature. We also have a team of mothers. Mothers that's been through traumatic situations, lost children. They go around and they help counsel and do different things with the mothers that's lost children. If something does happen, they're able to step in and go talk with moms and things of that nature that console them from a standpoint that we can't. And so those are some of the ways that we're stepping in front of gun violence and just violence in general in the city. Also, we are implementing Ring security doorbells. Right now, we're going to be starting this month. We're rolling out 100 of them. We have a total of over 600 residents that signed up for this program. A lot of people are concerned about safety, especially our elders. We heard that here today. And so to be able to implement this Ring doorbell, we feel that is going to help deter a lot of crime, especially shootings, because people know that they're going to be on camera if they do a shooting. And so again, we're going to roll in 100 of those cameras out this month and rolling 100 out as we can until we have fulfilled all the people that's asked for one.
Thank you.
Commissioner Herring?
Out of those 600 households, where are they located at? Is that all Washington Heights?
All District D.
All District D?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner
Well,
Sophia?
let me take that back. I'll say 95% are District D. We have had people call from all over the city asking for them. So I'll say about 95% are District D.
Commissioner Sophia?
Thank you. Maybe this is a question for Ted or Rebecca. So we've got two resolutions in front of us. As with Vice Mayor Ferris, I'm not inclined to support either of these. Is 423 the RISE submission based on what they got? I mean, I did not understand that all of these groups would be coming back to us. Those that didn't receive 100% funding would be coming back to us with an amended proposal. I thought that was being handled administratively.
I can speak to that if that would be helpful.
It would be, thank you.
Yeah. So, and I'm going to try not to make this too complicated, but when RISE initially requested $1 million, as has been indicated, and when staff put together the recommendation B that you may remember that the commission considered back on March 1st, we had reduced RISE's amount to $500,000. And prior to distributing that information, the commissioners had asked, okay, how did you arrive at those dollar figures for those that you reduced in your recommendation? And what we did for RISE was we looked at their $1 million request, and we took the full food amount out of that, which was roughly $462,000, and then added in a little bit of administration, and that's what we recommended to the commission. Ultimately, the commission revised that number to, you recall, 547,071. So, but that obviously that number was very heavy on the food amount, and so when our project manager began to talk to RISE about that, they recognized that, okay, this what we really did is we preserved your food amount, but we didn't necessarily preserve a lot of the administration in there. And so I think that started a conversation between RISE and our staff about, okay, then, you know, do we need to stick to this? Because this is what RISE said, this is what we would like to do. We could use a little bit more administration. We've got a refrigerator truck, for example, in this request. And so we gave them the option and said, okay, but because what we had told the commission was this 462 number, if you're going to modify that in any way, we need to take that back to the commission. So what you have before you is option A, which actually reallocates some of the funding to the violence prevention program, and option B, which is their original request, but tries to balance the food distribution costs more with the administrative costs. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
Any other comments by the commission or questions? Vice Mayor and then Commissioner Blood.
Sorry, did I jump in?
I was itching.
That actually does clarify some things for me. I guess the issue that I have with Resolution 422 would be that it's adding additional things that were not considered under our rubric. And I don't want to diminish the work you're doing. I think you're doing great work. I don't want to dispute any of what you said about crime. It's there. You're doing a good job, and I support your program, but I don't think that these are the funds to support that program, if that makes sense.
Again, we just looked at it, safety being #1 priority for the city, and so we knew that even with the rubric being done again, being the #1, we probably would have scored maybe even a little higher. So that's just how we looked at it.
Commissioner Blood?
Well, I was itching, but I do have a question now, I guess. With 423, when I was reading that, administrative costs obviously went up, and then there was an other piece for 110,000 and some change, but that other piece wasn't explained as it was in 422. Could you speak to that other $110,000 and what that would be spent on?
Okay, just one second, me. Jackie up here, please.
And 138, there's two others.
Yeah, that one's just year one.
Oh, I missed another other?
Yes.
Okay.
There's in year 2.
Okay, then yes, thank you.
And again, option B was just a simple revision of the budget, and that's why we didn't go into great details like option A, because we knew option A did have the violence interruption piece added, so we wanted to be, you know, explain a lot more for the option A, but give us 1 second.
So whilst Jackie looks through that, so okay. So with the personnel costs, I know from, I think, the original plan, I was trying to find it, the original personnel costs at the original ARPA, this is higher than that original, correct?
I don't have the original in front of me. Simply, the only thing we did was simply took the 547 and broke it down for 2 years and did it over 2 years. That's the only thing we were asked to do. I mean, this has been a complicated process for everyone. And then again, you know, to go after $1 million and we received 547, which obviously, you know, we're grateful for, but then to have to readjust our whole thing to, you know, fit that. Again, still getting a refrigerator truck in there. So you want to break down the 2 cents about the other.
And I didn't bring my answers to this because I didn't know that we were going to be, what we did, as Damon said, was we knew that the original request was for $1 million over 300 over the 3 years. What we had to do was modify that for 2 years and reduce. Yes, that other.
Yeah, so the other is the cost of the food.
That's our food cost, because there was no place for the food.
Yeah, there was no place for the food, so we just put this oven. So
Okay.
those are
And
two
then
costs
on
for the
your
food.
answers.
And the first one, why that's 110, because we have $50,000 from a previous grant that we're doing the food distribution, so we added it.
All right, we had something to supplement it.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes, because the other, I was like, wait a second, I don't know what other
And
is.
so that's the food cost, because it didn't have a place for the food, if you look at the sheet.
Ted, can I call on you?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, just to help Rise out here. Yes, that was our understanding in the supplemental information that they provided us in the second go-around. The other category was the food dollars.
Yeah. Because it wasn't, again, it wasn't Cameron safe.
Are there any other commission questions? Commissioner Sophia.
Thank you. So, Ted?
Yeah.
So, to Commissioner Blood's question about personnel costs, then, I mean, I couldn't put my hands on the original proposal. What was the original personnel cost?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some quick math in my head, because it would have been about 38,000, because it would have been the difference between the 462 and the $500,000 recommendation. Now, obviously, that went up a little bit because of the higher award, so it would have been roughly around the 38 plus the 47, so roughly 80,000 for admin costs.
And I guess it's kind of confusing, because we weren't told to say, hey, you take 400 and some thousand, you apply all that to the food. We were told take 547 and redo your budget to fit the thing. We weren't told, hey, this is how much is allocated to food. And so, again, we broke the budget down according to doing it every other week, how much it costs us to do food. We're at 350 families every week. And so, again, we broke that down, 350 families, what it costs us to get the food, what it's going to cost every other week for 2 years. And that's how we broke it down.
And one of the things you have to keep in mind, too, is even in that food cost, you asked the question about COVID and how it impacts our organization. We are having a food desert. We can't get some foods. The cost of food has skyrocketed. We're projecting on what we did last year. Food costs are doubling now.
And we're running out every time.
So we are always in a state of this and that. And even with the food bank, I just talked to someone that sits on their board yesterday, and they said they can't even get meat anymore. So it's, you know, we're just adjusting based on what we had and what we project to do.
And even our supplier, we're going to Horrocks now. We're going straight to Horrocks and getting it, you know, straight from Horrocks. You know, again, like I said, the food bank, they don't have as much as they did. They're getting 1 truck instead of 4 now. So it's just, it's crazy.
We can't find a refrigerated truck. We needed to buy
Okay,
one.
we've got to get voting. Are we prepared to vote now? Commission? All right, would you please vote on 422? Okay, I count a 4-4 vote. So we'll go to resolution 423, right, Madam Attorney?
Correct, that fails.
Thank you. Resolution 423, Madam Clerk.
Rise Corp has presented two options for City Commission consideration. In option B, the subject of this resolution, Rise Corp is modifying their original submission with a decrease in funds for food purchase to $248,700, with the balance being used for personnel and other administrative costs, including a refrigerator truck, for a 2-year total of $547,071 over a 2-year period. The previously approved project from Rise Corp allocated the bulk of the funding for food purchase, $462,000, with a small amount for administration, $85,071, based on staff's recommendation. This resolution, if approved, substitutes the attached project reference as option B for the American Rescue Plan Act State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funded project previously approved by the City Commission for Rise Corp.
Commissioner Morris with a motion to approve Resolution 423.
Commissioner Reynolds supports.
It's been moved and supported to approve Resolution 423. Commissioner Morris.
So my question is for Ted, probably. So if this was like voted down, do they just go back to the original proposal? I'm just kind of confused because the amount isn't the same anymore.
And I would certainly, well, yeah, so the overall amount remains the same, right? The amount awarded by the commission. In our communications with Rise Corp, and I would defer to the city attorney if it's any different, our indication was if the commission didn't approve any modifications, then our expectation would be the original project as approved would align with the budget as you spend the money.
Thank you.
Any other comments, concerns, or questions by the commission? Commissioner Blood.
Yes, so again, for clarifying, because I'm not sure I'm hearing it, maybe it needs to be said a different way. No matter what, because the money allocated was not what they requested, there has to be an adjustment made. Any adjustments made is going to have to, it's going to have to come before us. Is that correct? So if we vote this one down, we're just waiting for another adjustment to come in front of us?
I don't believe that that is the case, Commissioner. I think what happens if you were to vote this one down, because we had shared with the commission originally that we had this much expectation, $462,000 would be spent on food distribution, then the burden falls on Rise, for example, to stick to that original budget and perhaps find other sources to support administration. What they had done when we started talking with them, right, is they recognized that their overall number had been reduced. And we felt because we had shared certain information with the commission that when a revised proposal came back, that it was important that we put that back in front of the commission.
Okay.
Any other commission questions? Commissioner Bonica Herring.
Doesn't that seem unrealistic, though? Because if you think about it, there are other people who didn't get their full amount that are going to have to amend it because it's not going to fit their budget.
Yeah.
So how do we go about that?
Yeah, and so for other folks that have not received their full amount, what has happened is they've adjusted their budget just based on their reduction. So they kept their budget categories the same, essentially. We didn't have the deviation that we had with Rise in terms of the overall amount spent on a particular line item.
So you're saying that they just took the percentage, just kind of spread it equally, decreased their percentage equally over every category?
Yeah, or essentially, or continue to spend it on the exact same things that they had indicated. So, for example, let me just give an example, if I could. New Level Sports, which asked for a certain number of dollars and received less, that just meant because they were channeling all of that money into a particular project, it just means less is going into that project.
Okay. And I guess for clarification on at least this proposal, what Commissioner Ferris indicated at the initial onset of 422, I would agree on. But this proposal, it would appear that the money is being spent, though, on the items that they indicated in their original budget.
Right.
Unlike 422, looked like they were indicating something different. Is that right?
I would agree. Yes.
You concur?
Yeah, at just different proportions.
Right. But
Go ahead, I'm bad.
I'm on your side here. You probably might want to be quiet here. You might want to sit down.
That's why I said.
Okay, so I'm just verifying that the funds here, while they're being adjusted, They're still for exactly what we voted on initially, on this particular resolution.
Yes, I would agree with that statement.
I will support 423.
Are we ready to vote? Please vote on 423.
Uh-oh. Hang on, guys. I don't know how to, okay.
It's 423, I'm saying.
It's 423. You got it.
Resolution 423 has been approved. Next item on our agenda is the general public comment. Public comment, if you'd like to make comment regarding general public comment regarding matters over which the City Commission has control, please raise your hand and wait for us to acknowledge you and then come forward to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please state your name and address prior to beginning your comment. I'd like to call upon Jerry Steiner to be first. Jerry, you're first.
Look, this increase in the bus prices for your constituents, I don't really like stepping out on a limb unless I'm sure it can hold my weight. So what I did is I rode the bus, you know, and I had rode it before you came up with this price increase. So what I found, as I talked to people riding the bus, a lot of people didn't even know y'all was getting ready to raise the price. Didn't even know you had a proposal. But I heard, second, maybe third hand, that you were reevaluating this proposal. Well, I haven't seen anything in writing, but let me tell you what I found. And kind of amazed me. Y'all got a big job, you know. Never seen so many proposals. But in taking that into consideration, I asked a few of the people that ride the bus, had any of y'all rode the bus? Said hadn't seen none of you, you know. So that struck me as kind of odd, because if you're a city commissioner, and I know you got a lot of work to do, and I don't want to gloss over that too much, but the same people who voted you in are some of those people who ride the bus. And taking all that into consideration, just ride the bus sometime. See what your voters think. I know you're busy. I know you got it on your plate. But the same people who put you in those seats are going to have to absorb that price increase if it goes through. Personally, I think we got a good group here, and you can come up with a solution. I'm of the opinion that, if anything, the price of bus fares should be reduced. Maybe you'd get a larger volume of people riding the bus. I've rode the bus quite a few times, and it's never full. Now, I ask myself, why is that? Got to be something about the money, right? A lot of people don't have that $1.25 to ride the bus. It don't cost me but 60 cents. I'm a senior citizen, so, you know. And I got a car I could ride when I get tired. But that's not the issue here. The issue here is the people. And when you pass on some kind of financial burden like that, it usually comes back to bite you. I got about 15 seconds left. And one thing I'm not going to do tonight, I'm not going to be out of order again. So on that note, I'm going to say peace.
Jerry, thank you very much for staying and speaking. Jonathan Barnes?
Jonathan Barnes, 214 Jacaranda. I brought some backup this time. I'm not here for Resolution 396 this time. I have Jennifer Abrams with me. We are here representing the Calhoun County Red, White, and Blue Foundation. As I mentioned a few months back, we are bringing the wall that heals. It will be here in Battle Creek, open to the public from July 14th through the 17th. We will be looking for volunteers starting on the 12th to help with setup, takedown. It should be a great event, and we hope to see many of you there if you can be. We will be having an escort on July 12th, and I'm going to turn it over to my escort captain to give you some details.
Thank you. As he said, my name's Jennifer Abrams, and I am the escort captain along with Jeff Everhart, leading this procession through downtown Battle Creek. We are expecting right now 500 to 1,000 motorcycles. That's going to be blocking up 15 minutes of time. And I did email all of you, along with all the police departments, fire departments, any road commission, trains, everybody's gotten this exact detailed route with the exact times of where we're going to be so that the public can see it. It will be published in all the newspapers. It's going to be all over the place. You're going to see it for the next 5 weeks. So hopefully Battle Creek supports this because it is bringing in people from Indiana, Ohio, and all of Michigan. I'm getting large groups that are coming. So they're going to be taking up hotels, restaurants. It's bringing in a lot of revenue to this town for that little time.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, and thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate your information.
Neither of you mentioned where this was happening. So I know where it is, out in Harper Creek, but you may want to just announce again.
We will be starting at Galesburg, Augusta, the escort on the 12th. We will be at Harper Creek High School. We do have a wonderful support from the American Legion directly across the street, the Michael Dickinson Post, which will be kind of a staging area for our volunteers. But it will be at Harper Creek High School 24 hours a day, so you folks can come in anytime.
If you'd like a copy of the exact route and times, I'm more than happy to give it to you. Hopefully you can make copies.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Thank you, Jonathan. Damon Brown?
Good evening, everyone, again. I just wanted to make a quick comment, just to talk about the vote earlier. I'm going to be honest. I mean, I respect everybody up here. I'm a little disappointed as the way that vote went. I feel that the city is not taking what's going on in our communities serious. Babies are dying. Kids are dying. Kids are being shot. Drugs, alcohol. Again, we just had a teenager shot down at Claude Evans Park where the splash pad is at. WKKF took a chance on us and gave us $125,000 to get in front of this violence in this city that it seems nobody's addressing. We had a meeting with several commissioners up here months ago. Again, the mayor, city manager, and everybody was on board. Everybody was on board with this project, this violence interruption project. And now 6, 7 months, 8 months later, nobody's on board. WKKF is the only one that has invested into this community when it comes to violence. It is a serious problem. And again, I'm just disappointed that, again, even with both our proposals, the second proposal, our administrative cost was more. We took a cut the first one to be able to get in front of what's happening in our city. How can we have safe neighborhoods? How can we have all this development and nobody's addressing the crime? And so again, I'm just disappointed that the vote went that way, especially from some of the commissions that was in some of those meetings that promised to be a part of this project. So where is the support? Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do, Damon. We really appreciate it. Sam Gray?
Yes, Sam Gray, 245 Irving Park Drive. And I'm standing before you as part of Citizens for the Calhoun County Veteran Millage. All right. Jonathan and Jennifer, that's a big, huge project that's coming to Battle Creek, the Walnut Hills, and I'm very excited about it. But while I'm up here, that on the August 2nd ballot is going to be a millage renewal for Calhoun County veterans. Calhoun County Veteran Millage is going to be a renewal, and that renewal again is not increasing anything. And if approved, this proposal will authorize a renewal of an existing 0.10 mil to be levied by Calhoun County from 2023 to 2025. 32. And something that I wanted to share was this. So for Calhoun County, we process veteran relief funds. That money goes to that. The Meyer food vouchers, we give out food vouchers. It's part of the burial benefit scholarships that we provide for veterans that go to Western or to KCC. The veteran relief, like the Michigan Veteran Trust Fund, accepts peacetime veterans and also enables them to apply. And they must have this initial training. They go through this whole process to get approved monies. And we also provide emergency assistance to veterans. And in from 2017, just some facts. From 2017 to 2021, that we've provided over $33,000 of relief to veterans in emergency assistance. In addition to, again, the Meyer food vouchers, also burial assistance, and again, scholarships, and provide a host of other benefits to veterans. So if passed, this millage would allow us to continue to do the work that we're doing in Calhoun County, reference veterans. Thank you.
Sam, thank you for your service to the country, and thank you for bringing that information to us this evening. Do we have any other public comments? Yes, Reese.
Good evening, Reese Atkins, 24 Popular, Battle Creek, Michigan. On 5/22 of 2022, after coming home from service, my roommate ended up sugar going extremely low. I could not handle it, got to a standpoint where I could not handle it. I then in return called 911 dispatch. Dispatcher, I told her what was going on. She dispatched fire and rescue, who did an excellent job once they got on scenes. Truck 6 from Station 1, they came into the house, very small house at that, and surrendered glucose to her to try to get the sugar up. In return, the ambulance service showed up. They were at my house for approximately 45 minutes dealing with her before they finally did get the sugar up to where it needed to be. And I just want to say thank you to all the fire department and the ambulance personnel who, even despite COVID and everything else, came into the house in a very small living room and surrendered first aid and got her sugar up to where she did not have to go to the hospital. They were able to do it right then and there and get the sugar to where she was stable enough to remain. And I just want to say thank you to the fire department and to Life Care Ambulance Service for an excellent job they did.
Thank you very much, Reese. Appreciate it. Lindsay Wheeler.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commission. Lindsay Wheeler, 218 Leland Drive South. We're going to talk about Metcalf Lake. The thing was kept in the dark. We were kept in the dark, and we had no input on the logging operation. When that started, many people called saying Bailey didn't want any trees cut back in February of 2016. And then they had a second logging operation, and Dave Rook stood up here and asked you to stop the logging, and I tried to stop the logging, and you all blew us off. Well, that area needs to be replanted. That's part of science. You do science with COVID. We follow the science. Well, the science in forest management means that that place needs to be replanted. Otherwise, trash trees take over. There was nice, rich, very valuable timber in there, walnut, oak, black cherry, and that needs to be replanted. And the trash trees need to be interdicted so those trees could grow and replace. There was a nice walnut grove there, nothing but walnuts in a certain section, huge trees, and they were all cut down. There was no science in there. And I urge that the city take responsibility because there was no public input. We were not allowed any say in what happened at Metcalf Lake. And it was a disaster. And I walked out there the other day, there's still trees falling down because now the wind comes through. The west side is almost impassable because of trees now breaking and falling due to the wind moving through there. When a forest begins, they all grow together and they support each other. When you cut away all the large ones, all you have left is the thin ones, and they break in the wind. So really, you have to repair the damage, and the damage needs to be repaired. And from what I understand, when they dropped the cabin, they dropped the shingles into the basement. The shingles, I don't know if that's true or not, I just heard a rumor. The shingles should have been put in a bin and taken to the dump. That did not happen either. And I do support Dave Bailey's asking the city that transfer the property to the Southwest Michigan Land Conservancy and to Berry County Parks. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindsay, very much. Is there any other public comment at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Cindy Dion, 24 Poplar. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very happy to hear that senior citizens choose to live here in Battle Creek. However, I think that facilities such as the one that they're building, it doesn't address the needs of a lot of seniors. I mean, I don't have the income to live in a place like that, and many other people do not. I mean, we need to address not only just having those care facilities, we need affordable housing for seniors, for all kinds of people. We cannot ignore and set aside large portions of this community. So I just encourage that we stop hiding things, we stop, marginalizing people, and we start making this community accessible for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Is there any other public comment at this time? Andy?
Thank you, Mayor. Andy Humboldt, 303 Sherman Road in Battle Creek. Thank you all for the work that you've done here tonight for lots of minutes. Lady Liberty is a slow one. But thank you all. Thank you to staff for the work you've done. Thank you all. I've sat there. I see what you're doing as hard work. It's hard work to send people home feeling like they've lost something, feeling like maybe they weren't heard. It's a hard thing to do. It's a weight that I know that you carry with you around every day when you leave here, when you come back. So thank you for carrying that weight. Commissioner Ferris, thank you especially for your service to the city, to the people here, to me personally. Our relationship as fellow commissioners, as friends, as neighbors has meant a lot to me in our time here together, and Godspeed to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments at this time? Seeing none, any commission comments? Vice Mayor?
So as alluded to just now, I will be leaving Battle Creek. My family has recently sold our home and will be relocating to Ithaca, New York. Saying goodbye is never easy. This job has meant a lot to me. It's more than a job. Being able to serve this city has been a true honor. And I wouldn't have been able to do it without all of you. Thank you. I'm not stopping there, though. Catch my breath a little bit. So how does anybody know when to say goodbye? in this situation, I've had this saying going through my head recently, don't stop until you're proud. Well, I'm proud of the work that we've done here together and as a city. I'm proud that most of the storefronts are filling up downtown, that the physical infrastructure is there for new businesses to thrive. I'm proud of the fact that our median home value has risen here in Battle Creek by almost 12% just in the past year. And I'm proud that the last census, which going into, we were all worried we might dip below 50,000 people, we actually grew by nearly 1% as a city. All of those things tell me that we're doing something right. I'll try to get through this quickly. Running for commission, you know, we always make certain campaign promises, or we have certain hopes and aspirations of what we'd like to accomplish. And I just want to touch on some of the things that we've been able to accomplish together, residents, commissioners, and city staff. Starting with how we spend money and how we use the public resources. Being able to switch to priority-based budgeting gave us a dynamic funding mechanism that's going to change over time with our city's needs. Being able to establish a small business development group has helped start many small businesses here in town, is able to nurture them, and is able to attract new businesses to Battle Creek. We've gone to the trouble of actually mapping our economic ecosystem here so that we can visualize the network and the interconnectedness of our businesses and neighborhoods and institutions and build upon those. Further, to fill the gaps in this network, we funded BC Cargo and an incubator space on Michigan Avenue so that those businesses could truly grow roots and move into brick and mortar and thrive in our community. We passed an urban agriculture bill to help fill food deserts and to create cottage industries, also helping to build more self-sustainability within our neighborhoods. Through the pandemic, we were able to create a downtown social district and help create Eats BC to support local bars and restaurants and to help them to actually thrive during a pandemic in which many businesses went under. Guiding all of this work was the 2018 master plan and the rezoning of our entire city to meet current and future needs of our city. That was the first time that it had been rewritten in over 35 years. It was a huge undertaking, and I'm thankful that it was done. We, as a commission, helped put in place medical and recreational marijuana ordinances that now are being built upon by other communities. Other people are looking to us as a basis of how to do it right. I think that that speaks a lot for the good work that we did as a commission and as staff. And this commission oversaw millions of dollars in ARPA funds being distributed to our community, both to fill the gaps internally that were caused by the coronavirus and externally help support community members to build back and build better. In the realm of customer service, we've worked tirelessly to make this a more streamlined system and to ease interactions with the city of Battle Creek. Most of that work began with a Disney training that took place over 2016 and 2017, in which all city employees were trained to revamp customer service, to improve leadership, and to create a culture of innovation. We went on to adopt the International Property Maintenance Code, an important step in making our local code similar to the surrounding communities to make us more competitive as a city, and also to make it easier for people to invest in our city to navigate our code system. We were also certified by the Michigan Economic Development Corporation as a redevelopment ready community. That status meant that we adopted Michigan Economic Development Corps' key practice or best practices, and it was a real signal to investors that we were ready for business. We went on this past year to adopt the very first sustainability plan here in the city of Battle Creek. standing on the pillars of social, economic, and environmental sustainability to ensure that we are using all of our resources wisely and ethically to meet our community's needs now and in the future. Again, to make it easy to communicate with the city, we have put in place the 311 call center so that residents can be easily connected with the resources that they need. In the realm of safety, we have increased the amount of crisis intervention trainings that our police officers are taking. We funded body cams, tasers, and new training so that when they are out in the field, they themselves are performing in the safest way possible to handle situations. For the fire department, we have funded safety gear, training. Tonight, we just funded a vehicle. We implemented a hands-free driving ordinance to lower the number of distracted drivers on our roads. And several times, we've used burn grants to promote resident engagement and to address crime before it happens by increasing community policing. In the realm of equity, building upon our 2013 non-discrimination ordinance, in 2016, we pledged to become a welcoming city, stating that we would both respect and celebrate the dignity of all people who call Battle Creek home. We also revamped our onboarding processes for city boards and committees to ensure that the members of these boards and committees reflect the diversity of our community. In my last term, we changed the election schedule to even years to improve voter turnout, which it did, big time. And in 2019, we put it to the people, and they approved a ballot measure to directly elect mayors. We also removed a racist and hurtful stained glass window from City Hall, which depicted a false narrative of Battle Creek's origins. We flew the first pride flag over City Hall, and soon there will also be the Juneteenth flag over Claude Evans Park. Our equity audit is now finishing up, and I hope that it is also acted upon and taken to heart as we move on as a city. None of these changes took place in a vacuum. All of these accomplishments took place because city staff, city commission, and city residents worked together. Getting anything accomplished that truly benefits the people has to involve the people. A constant cycle of the public informing elected officials creating a vision, adopting budgets, and holding the system accountable. The city manager implementing the vision and policies and programs, and city staff then providing services to the public. I want to end with just a couple pieces of advice, I guess, for everyone. It's just general stuff. First, talk to your neighbors. The people of Battle Creek have always been the best asset that this town has. Together, we're stronger and can accomplish hard things. Find opportunity to say good things about Battle Creek. Negativity only manifests negativity. Build the community that you want to live in. On both the large and small scale, invest your time, resources, creativity in the things that make this a good place to live for the current residents so that we can all live, work, and play together and attract others later on. And the last one is vote. Vote and help others to vote. City government touches every aspect of one's life. And if you're not using your right to vote, you're passing up your say on how your local city runs. Again, thank you to all my fellow commissioners, to city staff. There's too many of you to say thank you to, but without all of you, we couldn't have accomplished anywhere near what this list is here. So thank you. Housekeeping stuff, or just like general information. I will still be in town through the 23rd. I would like to continue to fulfill my committee and board obligations until the next commission meeting, when a new commissioner can be voted or could be sworn in. That way, all of those board and committee obligations are taken care of, and at the next meeting, you could officially swear in a new commissioner.
All right, with that information, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to allow the commission to make comments about the resignation of our vice mayor. I'm also going to call upon our city manager and city attorney to advise us on the route that we should take and under the state statute that we have to comply with. So first, let's have comments by the commission. The way I understand it right now, our vice mayor will be here at our next meeting. Is that correct?
I will be here at the next meeting. I say fulfill these because there's no way that between now and tomorrow you can fill my position on certain boards, if that makes sense. So I just want to make sure that that keeps running smoothly until a new person is sworn in. And at that next meeting, you could also have on the agenda to fill the seats that I currently fill. I think there's 11 total.
Okay, very good. I believe the city attorney and the city manager will be advising us, but if you would like to make a comment at this time, it's most appropriate. Commissioner Sophia.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor Ferris. I don't know if you recall, you and I sat down one day down at Brownstone.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably one of the first conversations that you and I actually ever had. We might have talked in passing, but I have appreciated our conversations since, and while we may not have always agreed, I think the fact that we were able to have a dialogue speaks to many of the points that you made in your advice to the commission and to the community. So I wish you the best. I now know where I can go to visit in Ithaca, New York. And you will be missed.
Thank you.
I too, Vice Mayor Ferris, appreciated serving with you during the last few years. It's been a learning curve for me, and I always appreciated your willingness to talk to me on things. And again, while we did not agree on everything, I don't think your advocacy or your commitment to the city and your service was ever in question. So I think you represented your ward and the city very well during your time, and I wish you and your family the best of luck in everything you guys do.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ferris, I appreciate serving with you. We did agree on a lot of things, and I appreciate the dialogue that we did share. Blessings to you and your family and your new endeavors to your place, and we'll just be thinking about you. And thank you for your service in Battle Creek.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morris.
I just wanted to say thank you for being someone that I could come to for advice. I met you when I was on the youth advisory board, so it's been a relationship that's been building for a while, and I know that you're somebody who I can always come to for advice, and I'm hoping that even after you move, I can still come to you when I have questions.
You got my number.
I just wanted to take a couple minutes to recite some information that we put together real quick. Like, I didn't receive the information until this past weekend. So KT Ferris was first elected to the Battle Creek City Commission in November 2015 and served until June 2022 as an at-large commissioner. She served as vice mayor from 2020 to 2022. And whereas during her tenure on the commission, she served on the Battle Creek Area Transportation Policy Committee, the Bicycle Advisory Committee, Binder Park Golf Course Advisory Committee, City Attorney Salary Evaluation Committee, City Manager Performance Evaluation Committee, Historic District Commission, Insurance Policy Review Committee, Planning Commission, Public Transportation Committee, Sustainable BC Committee, Tax Abatement Committee, Technical Review Committee, Travel Expense Committee, and Youth Advisory Board. And whereas KT has been instrumental in the efforts to make Battle Creek a welcoming city and members of the Welcoming America, which value the dignity of all people. She has been a champion for open and transparent communication between local government and its residents. She strove to ensure that the city services were accessible for all residents. She supported the 20-minute village concept, in which neighborhoods are places where residents have easy, convenient access to many of the places and service they use daily, including grocery stores, restaurants, schools, and parks, without relying heavily on a car. And whereas Vice Mayor Ferris's top priority has always been to make this a community that past, present, and future generations can be proud to call home. While serving as an at-large commissioner and vice mayor, she has always listened to her constituents and represented them with integrity to the best of her ability. Therefore, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Battle Creek, we do hereby proclaim that KT Ferris be recognized for her contributions while serving on the Battle Creek City Commission. We commend her for her heartfelt dedication to the Battle Creek community. And I would just like to close by saying a couple things. First of all, she has probably served on more committees than anyone else, and that says a lot about a person, because there's a lot of time and effort that go into the preparation of committee meetings and then the follow-through that you have to extend. She also stepped up to chair some very difficult committees that were part of the city commission. And the city manager evaluation was probably the most difficult one, and I want to say thank you. I was not prepared to do it. I really don't think anyone else was, but you stepped up and took the leadership. I really appreciate that. And I'll never forget when I was elected mayor in 2020, I had COVID at the time, and after I recovered from COVID, I sent out an email asking some of the commissioners to identify those committees that they were interested in serving on, and within a couple hours, I received an email with a thorough analysis of every committee, and the vice mayor was able to point me in the right direction on each one of those, and I really appreciate that. So I know your list was more thorough, and we probably need to update the proclamation because there were a lot of things that I wasn't able to think of right away, and I really appreciate, it's been a pleasure working with you. I congratulate you on selling your house so quickly. I think timing is everything. You've created a beautiful home there on Fremont Street, and I wish you the best of luck in Ithaca, New York.
Thank you.
With that, are there any other commission comments at this time? I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney and city manager to give us some advice and direction.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's actually the city charter that governs what's going to happen here, and not state law. And the city charter provides that when there is a vacancy, the commission, by majority of vote, shall fill that vacancy. And so there's not a process set out. And you can't fill that vacancy, you can't fill the spot until there's a vacancy. You know, when this happened with Mike Scherzer, I think 2019 maybe, 2017, there were just a couple of months left. I think there were going to be 5 commission meetings left. And so the decision at that point was it would just take too long to get applications, go through an interview process, and to try to fill that. So it's up to the commission. You certainly could vote tonight on what process you would like to follow. Would you like to solicit applications? Does someone have someone in mind they want to suggest? Or, you know, a couple of people? We should get from Vice Mayor Ferris the actual date, the effective date that you intend your resignation to be effective. We couldn't have 2 commissioners, obviously, the same meeting night, so keep that in mind. But that's the process. So I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Okay, we're going to have an opportunity to discuss our process. I think one of the first things we need to do is the effective date.
Let's figure out the date. So, sorry, I'm trying to think of what upcoming meetings I have that you would need me at or need a commissioner in, because I know that you won't go through that whole process tonight of appointing a new commissioner. So, when is the planning commission meeting is after our next meeting?
It is after.
It's the fourth, I think it's the fourth Wednesday.
Sorry, I don't have my calendar because it's on my phone.
It's the 22nd.
What is the date that we're meeting to fill board and committee vacancies?
Well, the review committee meets again this week, tomorrow, actually.
Is that one tomorrow too? Okay.
That's tomorrow at 4.
Okay, so why don't we just say this Friday?
This Friday?
So you're saying Friday, June 10th?
Friday, June 10th should work, because that would cover any meetings in which you would need a commissioner present. And then, once someone is sworn into the seat, you can all discuss how that happens, but once somebody is sworn into the seat, obviously there's a lot of board and committees to be filled up. So yeah, we'll say this Friday.
All right, very good. So we have the date, June 10th. Jill, can you give us advice going forward from there?
Sure. So the last time, as I said, when there were just a couple of months left, someone had suggested John Godfrey at that point, and so he was willing and he showed up. We just arranged for him to show up the day of, well, the commission had had a vote. Of course, until there's a vacancy, it's not going to be a binding vote. And so he did come to that next meeting, and the city clerk swore him in at the beginning of the meeting so that he was then able to take the dais. There was a vote first, or there was a vote that evening. So, you know, if someone wants to make a motion as to what process should be followed, that certainly could happen.
So, can you speak to the last vacancy we had, which was when Dave Walters stepped aside and Commissioner Lance was appointed? What was the process that was used at that point? I mean, I understand there was an applications, but can you kind of talk about timelines?
I don't remember exactly. I know Dave Walters was appointed to fill a vacancy, and there was about a year. There was about a year of a vacancy. I guess I didn't remember Dave Walters stepping down early, so I can't remember what that timeline was. I just know with Commissioner Scherzer, it was just a couple of months. But it's, you know, it's majority of the vote of the commission, so whatever the majority prefers, that's the process.
Commissioner Herring.
I'd like to make a motion to put Commissioner Linward Gray into Vice Mayor Ferris's position as commissioner.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there support?
Support.
We have support. Can we have discussion now?
So I would just suggest that it's maybe to fine tune that you recommend that we forego an application process, and that when there is a vacancy, you recommend that the commission consider appointing Lynn Ward Gray. So you could kind of just put it like that, because, and I'm saying that.
One more time.
You could just say, I think Vicki probably has it down, or we can talk tomorrow. But what I'm trying to point out is it's not really binding until there's an actual vacancy. So we're kind of talking about what the process is.
So we have to wait till the next meeting?
Well, so we can do this. This is what we did with, when Commissioner Scherzer resigned, but we would actually have another vote at the next meeting, because at that point there's actually a vacancy. But it is important to say, here's the process we're going to follow, so that people know that there's not an inclination, if that's what the vote is, that there's not an inclination to solicit applications and do interviews and that whole kind of thing. So that we follow your motion, you would motion then that
Forego the application process.
Yes.
And nominate someone at the next commissioner meeting. Is that?
You can say, and you recommend nominating Lynn Ward Gray, but knowing that the individual person is not going to be binding until there's a vacancy, so you'd be appointing her. You understand the nuance there?
Okay, it's 11 o'clock, but I'm normally in the bed by 8:15. I'm gonna try and get that right. I would like to make a motion to forego the application process until there is a vacancy, and I would like to nominate Lynn Ward Gray.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Forego the application process and appoint one individual, and your recommendation is that's Lynn Ward Gray. And we'll have a formal vote, a second vote at the next meeting. Vicki, is that good enough for you?
Please.
Sure.
Okay.
So basically, we're just a motion to forego the application process to fill the commission vacancy and instead to recommend a person to fill the vacancy.
Well, she is recommending Lynn Ward Gray, and that there would be another vote. There would be another vote at the next meeting when there is formally a vacancy.
I just thought you had said we don't want to act like there's a foregone conclusion at some point.
No, I'm just saying that, to be clear, we would need to have another vote.
You're able to vote on this if you have something to say.
Well, I just had something to add while we're discussing it. Just the type of person I am, I hate to leave anything undone at the end, so that's why I was suggesting that I stay on to finish my work on those committees. But I can resign now, like starting now, so that you folks can have a cleaner way to move forward.
I guess my question is this, so she resigns now, we get to decide, but there's no public notice or anything, right? So
There's no requirement for anything
I
like
know
that.
that. So we're all right just to vote right now and be done with this without any transparency other than our votes out loud here
The charter provides that the commission,
at 10 after 11?
the commission decides this, and it's by majority vote. And so Vice Mayor Ferris would not cast a vote in this process because now you've resigned, but it does make it easier, cleaner.
All right, I'm logging out. I am resigned. Thank you all very much.
Do we want to, oh goodness gracious. So transparency is very important, and I want to make sure that we allow public comment. Not that Lynn Ward Gray is not an amazing choice and would be able to step in and hit the ground running, but I also want to make sure that we do our due diligence. And so I support the motion with the idea that I don't want to forego applications. I want the public to be able to be a part of this, knowing that I don't know how to do this. It's too late.
All right, so we already had a motion and a second, and I think it just is going to be a friendly amendment then to, now that there is a vacancy, to appoint Lynn Ward Gray to fill that vacancy, to fill out the remainder of the term. So if the person that made the motion, and I can't remember who seconded.
Commissioner Morris.
All right, so do both of Commissioner Herring and Commissioner Morris, do you want to make that friendly amendment now that there is a vacancy to simply motion to fill that vacancy with with Lynn Ward Gray?
Yes.
Okay, so now there is a motion and a second, and so then there can be discussion about the motion that's on the table now.
All right, do we have any further discussion at this period of time? Commissioner Sophia, you're shaking your head.
I understand the desire for expediency, but as Commissioner Blood and Commissioner Lance have both pointed out, at 10 after 11, to suddenly say, oh, we've got a new commissioner, and it is, ta-da. Regardless of, I have served with Lynn Ward Gray, and she is a fine commissioner, but if we as a commission have touted transparency and inclusion, that can't be just when it's convenient for us. That's all.
Would you, Commissioner Sophia, would you prefer to have the vote at our next meeting then?
Well, I think we need to decide how we want to proceed and whether that's with one person or are we going to open it up for additional applicants?
Did you have to apply? Because you filled it once.
So I guess my question is, procedurally, do we if we open it up, as Commissioner Blood and I probably agree on, at least getting full transparency, allowing people to apply. That is how I did it. There was a group of us who applied, and there was a hearing in front of all the remaining commissioners, and you had to do a presentation, and then at that, then there was a vote. I thought that process was very good. It was inclusive. It was transparent. And again, I saw nothing wrong with that, and I guess that's the process that I would go with, and we can certainly expedite it. We don't have to keep it open super long, but I just think when you have a commissioner or vice mayor who spoke about all the things that we have made progress on, I don't think appointing somebody at this hour is the right way to do it, particularly since we preach so often of transparency and having that conversation. I think Commissioner Blood must have said the word conversation about 1,000 times during the resolution of the assisted living facility, and I don't think we're going to have that opportunity to have that conversation. I think the public's going to be deprived of that conversation if the motion as presented is approved. So for those reasons, I'm going to vote no on that motion on the process of appointing the vacancy.
Commissioner Morris?
What would it look like to have an expedited process with applications?
Well, you would need to have a vote. So you actually do interviews. So you do put out the word that there's going to be applications, or people submit their interest, whatever form you want to say. Interviews actually take place during a meeting, either at the next commission meeting, or, I mean, you could do it the first meeting in July, because that's within 30 days of tonight, because you have to fill the vacancy within 30 days. Or you could schedule a special meeting. To do that, it's always kind of hard to come up with a date, and that special meetings do then result in having the additional cost to the city of the per diem to the commissioners. So the interviews take place at a meeting, and then you would vote and to fill it by July 5th. Well, by July 6th, but the meeting is July 5th, the first meeting in July.
Thank you.
I too feel that we need to have transparency, especially at this hour. I could be honest with you, I would support Lynn Ward Gray, but I just feel that there's too many repercussions of us doing it this late at night and without public opportunity to apply for the job. Commissioner Morris.
So would it make sense to postpone the vote on appointing or going through an application process to the next meeting? Or would it not make sense to do that? Like, is that something that we need to get done right now?
So right now you have a motion and a second, so there has to be some action on that, either a vote or withdraw the motion. I do think you should vote on a process tonight that you're gonna, so that people can actually start thinking about this, get together. If the majority wants to have an application process, whether you just want them to submit and decide what that is. Are you going to create an application, which is kind of tough unless you just tell the city manager, create an application, letter of interest to say what it is that you want them to submit, what the deadline is by which they have to submit it, and either you're going to do interviews at the next meeting or the meeting in July, or you're going to set a special meeting. So I do think that tonight you should at least set that process.
So looking at the schedule, if we went with the process as you laid out, we could say have a letter of interest to us that you're interested in being in the vacancy by the next meeting, which I believe is June 21st, and then June 5th, we vote. I mean, you come in for the interview and we vote.
July 5th, right. So you would have to do interviews.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. And so I guess it all depends also on how many people submit.
That's correct.
Because this is at large, so it seems like the last couple times that this has happened, it's been a ward seat, and so there's a smaller pool of potential candidates.
To Commissioner Morris's question, you could make a decision at the meeting on the 21st, but you would have to identify that period of time in which, if you're going to proceed with applications, that applications would have to be due by such and such, so you could consider a slate of candidates by the next meeting. I mean, it doesn't have to be July 5th. You were asking just about what that timing would look like. You know, we could adjust to meet both of those dates.
Well, we need to make a decision. If we're going to have the resolution to appoint tonight, or if we're going to submit an alternate resolution to do it on the 21st?
Either June 21st or July 5th.
Right.
So I think we have to vote on Commissioner Herring's motion first, unless she withdraws it.
Okay, I don't see him. All right, let's vote on that, and I don't see any other questions?
What are we voting? Wait, what are we voting?
I'll ask the clerk to repeat the motion.
The motion was to forego the application process and instead consider the appointment of Lynn Ward Gray to fill the vacancy, and to fill that vacancy until the end of the term by resolution of the commission.
So if I could that was actually amended once Vice Mayor Ferris resigned, so that now there is a vacancy, and so there was a friendly amendment to actually just appoint Lynn Ward Gray to fill that seat. So that's what the motion is.
Does everyone understand what we're voting on? Okay, would you please vote?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So if this motion does not pass, does that mean that Lynn Ward Gray is not eligible to enter the application process?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Any other commission comments? Let's vote then. Motion does not pass. So now we're back to
I'll make a motion that we open up the appointment and the process be candidates who are interested submit a letter of interest, which the city manager can assist us with the crafting of by June 21st, by close of business on June 21st, and then that this body listens and reviews the applications and has interviews on July 5th.
Is there support for that?
Support.
We have a motion on the floor. Does everyone understand the motion?
Applications to us by the 21st, but we're not making a decision on the 21st because we're going to review and then have interviews on the 5th, and then at that point, make a decision to vote someone in on the 5th.
Correct.
And do we go into closed session for?
No.
No. Thank you.
No. No, I get it. It's late. It's late. I get it.
I did hear a little discrepancy, though, there. Commissioner Blood said applications, Commissioner Lance said a letter of interest, so.
Letter of intent, that's.
Letter of interest.
Letter of interest assisted by the city manager's office drafting it.
Well, a letter of interest means that the candidate simply sends a letter, I'm interested.
Letter of interest. Let's keep it simple.
Are there any other questions at this time? Are we prepared to vote? Please vote on the motion made by Jim Lance and supported by Commissioner Morris. That motion has been approved. Are there any other comments by the commission at this time?
Lynn Ward Gray, please put your application in as soon as possible.
Any other comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much for a nice, long meeting.